particularly in our panel discussion. Please state your name and organization before posing your question. Should you prefer, specific questions can be left in writing at the information.
So whether big, whether you're here, dear, to pitch it up to us, we want in place. And if any here to learn from truly under this same roof, stakeholders, leaders, policymakers, innovators, and ensure that we have that bet. On that note, I want to say a very special good morning to you, and hand of leadership to you. Please take a look at them. If they're light-skinned neighbor, you are the light of the world. Please play neighbor. You mean. Welcome. First presentation we had yesterday was from the very distinguished Professor Ada Funk, all the way from Hong Kong, and she's seated here this morning. I think it's important that we give her a resounding round of applause. She is the former Deputy Director of Hong Kong, the President of Hong Kong. She also does and we talked about the few what was in Hong Kong that complicated place 99. Once again, you're welcome. Also today, we have in the house Dr. Joshua. Can you wave of hand so we can give you a round of applause? He's the former Taraba State. You're welcome.
May I also specially welcome Past President of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, Coordinator of the Nathaniel Ategbije Foundation for Planning TPL at Please put your hands together for him.
And seated gallantly is one I have come to admire, Mr. Olayinka. Such to have you. He is the CEO of Hall 7 Real Estate. I was very sure Hall 7 would stand and appreciate their CEO. Hello. Yes, go ahead. Thank you. Good to have you.
Hall 7 came with 7 people. Thank you very much. We also have Professor of Systems, Urban and System Building, Architect Olumide Oluswanya. Also is the co-founder of 57 Construction. That's well. You're welcome. Please put your hands together for him. Also with us here today is the Secretary of Nigerian Content Monitoring Board, Federal Minister Science and fellow. May I also the Chairman AIHS. Please let's specially appreciate Reverend Dr. Gochuku. Put your hand up for him. On to the names as we go on, but we have also with us here Dr. Joshua Mark. He's the Director General of Trade Information Services. Thank you very much, sir. We are welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, is the Executive Director and Development Finance, Mr. Stephen. Well, thank you very much. Without wasting much of our time, as we say, but very, very quickly we'll take our first guest as we start off. Today will be presentations. We will do all the presentations together, one after the other, and at the end we'll bring all of them up here. Ask just on all the participants. I'm sure that's something we can do together. Once again, I also want us to especially appreciate this first. Please hands together for him. We have the President, Association of Housing Corporation of Nigeria, Esther, you are Obonga. You're welcome. Please put your hands together for him. Clap, please.
For the first presentation this beautiful morning, it's my pleasure to welcome one who is known for his bootstrapping and the ability to have started one of the finest states of Nigeria with zero capital, growing it into a very respected enterprise. He continues to ask to stronger public-private collaboration developers, all in a bid to close the gap deficiency that we experience here. I want to welcome the presentation on real estate as a catalyst for industrial growth, unlocking investment, innovation, and urban transformation. Put your hands together for the CEO, Hall 7, Mr. Olayinka. Can we celebrate him very quickly as he please do not stop clapping.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate the visionary leadership of Barrister Festus Adebayo. I don't know if he's in the hall. I must a big thank you for this to have conversations with stakeholders, critical stakeholders in the industry, and as well the entire team of the Africa International Housing Show have been consistent with this for the past about 2 decades now, and I think it's worth applauding and thanking the team for CC and commitment to housing in Africa. It's not as easy as a lot of us might think from outside because with this for this length of time, and we've seen growth, consistent growth over the last 2 decades in this regard. I've been given a topic to talk about the real estate as a catalyst for industrial growth in Africa. And I may not speak like every other person that's been here before, because I want it to be a little bit interactive in this that we're talking about the converting our debt capital. How do we lock wealth in the industry? First of all, I just want to ask questions. How many of us here, I know we are on the industry, you own a property anywhere in Nigeria? That you own a property anywhere in Nigeria? Just let me see your hands. Okay, how many of us here that owns property in Nigeria have this probably dotted, titled? They have. Now, what about a lot of us that own property that are not titled? We have a lot of across Nigeria. that are not unlock investment, using real estate to unlock investment for industrial growth when our properties are not titled to. Now, the property that you have that are not titled, do we realize that you cannot do any transaction with those property? Do we realize that the property that we have that are not titled are what we call dead, or what described as dead capital? Do you see estimated about $300 to $200 billion of dead capital in Nigeria? Imagine the amount of dead capital that we have Africa today. In terms of real estate, thousand land, agricultural land in Nigeria, 300 to 900 of debt. How do you unlock this for industrial growth in our nation? First, us to consider digitalization of land registries. Across so many states in Nigeria, the processes of property ownership or perfection of title for property, it's complex, not just complex, but for so many states, it does not even exist. And all of this hamper real estate transactions across. There's a saying in the local parlance that in the city of the blind, the man with the one eye or will be the king. The case of what we're having, comparing Abuja as you know, in terms of digital land registries, hence land across our nation. A lot of our people have owned property. State heritage development was set 2020 ago, and up till today, not before the perfection of title for those started. And I think with over about 400 as allottees or as housing development in the FCT, from my estimate, I think we'll have over 300,000 houses with period. Now, amount of debt capital that we have seated federal capital city without VAT to money, and that for us to be able to move out from where we are to where we need to be for industrial growth, we will need to improve the digitalization of our land registries. Yes, Abuja has AIHS, but how effective and efficient is that sense to these processes? On the one hand, we have ignorance of property owners, either by ignorance or just the frustration of the systems that we have. Ignorant on some part. We live in property that are worth 100, 200, 400, 500 million. But yet we are looking for money to do business. Yet we are looking for money to invest or to invest real estate, and we don't have the liquidity. Yet we are residing in what I can call as we can easily convert to capital. But the population without structure of the regulatory agencies or government departments that have been set help in this regard. The timelines it takes us for us to be able to have our property properly titled and perfected, frustrations that occur within so many bottlenecks that are being created, either intentionally or unintentionally. So when we look at our ability to be able to put this together with our regulatory, I think it will increase of our sector. Of course, the rebasing of the is estimated has now put about 41.3 trillion to the economy, to the GDP, and that will mean that will be the contributor to our GDP. Even though we know that the devaluation for this jump from 2020 2024. Valuations, it paid for real estate investors, for the investors, but not for the developers. I believe a lot of developers are here today, and you will agree with me. Developers lost a whole lot of money in the last opportunity for us to unlock. The more the development, the investment in the industry, in real estate, the more with on the other end from industry, the quality businesses to woodwork and all other to real estate industry. Be able to significant growth if to just lock or convert that into dynamic help our economy. Number two, we talk about innovation, but before innovation, the government has announced much real estate investment fund, and I am aware that about two release. It's a good step in the right direction, I believe, and be sort of in terms of allowing people to take a refinancing on the live for the purpose of reinvesting in real estate. You have estate in the real estate sector. Now the effect it will have in terms of backward integration, the jobs that will be created for many more people in that and just how this seated in so many of our estates, and not dynamic value. on innovation real estate, using a list to drive. When we look at innovation in real estate, it still has to do with a lot of, unfortunately, our regulatory bodies. Imagine development control to visit their offices to be able to get your approval. Imagine if development control enable submit our proposals, our development proposals online. They just do the review online with a software and be able to send digital. Imagine the efficiency that we work in the industry. Today cannot, but that where we operate, you can estimate in specific terms how long it's going to take you to secure your building plan approval. Sometimes it will take as long as 1 year. Don't we think if advocate or as stakeholders, we can pressure those in authorities to be able to see how they can improve STEM using technology? There is change technology that can be used to actually monitor diversity. So whenever there's a change on any formation of any building, you will see it from your offices. Now, these are innovations and technology that we can apply to help improve the processes. If the processes are improved, what happens? It has direct effect on the economy, because if you have 100, 200 developers able to get the approval within a short time of maybe within 20 days, 10 days, and they're able to move to the various development, imagine the amount of money that will be in circulation, driving demand for steel, for cement, and all other derivatives that are needed in the housing industry. We are talking about industrial growth and real estate as a catalyst, because all of these things do not operate in isolation. So, technology again. Yes, like I said earlier, in the city of the blind, the one-eyed man is the king. Imagine an AIHS that enables you to be able to do your search without having to. You do your search online, get your report online, make your payment online. Not improve or increase the speed of transactions. For you to register your deed of partition, you can upload all of these things online, if you do online, and you can get your instant approvals, and your meditations can be done faster. Will this not help our industry? And if our industry is helped faster this transaction, will this not impact the economy? Now imagine an industry that now consists of about 30% of the GDP, contributes about 30% of the GDP of the nation. That is the third largest today, I mean. Fast-tracking all of these processes using innovation and technology. And we go urban reformation and how it will impact on the industry. For you to drive urban renewal, does this not boil down to leadership? The exposure of those that lead us, or the ability or the capacity of those that lead us to be able to choose or recruit the best hands that will help drive our industry. Sometimes we have people in power or appointed to oversee some certain areas of that has to do with our industry, but they're completely ignorant of the processes or the policies that can help galvanize growth in the industry. And even when you lack that capacity, but you still need the capacity, visionary leadership is the ability to have the capacity to recruit the best hands in the industry to help you formulate the policies that would drive industrial growth. And I think this avenue being set up or being provided by the Africa International Housing Show is one of such avenues to help us and consistently push for reforms that will help our industry. Now, it's critical at this moment, I believe, that being the third largest contributor to the economy, that the government begin to take a second look, a critical look at helping this industry grow even bigger and better. For us to achieve this industrial growth that we desire, using real estate as a catalyst, we will need to be deliberate. We will need to be intentional. And we will need to take coordinated actions. Taking coordinated actions means it's not just having your title, digitalizing those processes. It's not just having a digitalized process for, it's not just having a process that makes it a lot easier to be able to and faster to conclude transactions. It's also about the financing model and the financing opportunity that exists within the industry or that we can unlock within the industry. So we realize that coordinated actions is one way or is the way forward. And coordinated actions will only happen when we have visionary leaders guiding our affairs as a people and as a nation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please, let's give him another round of applause. Thank you so much, sir.
I'd like to go ahead very quickly and recognize here with us the Principal DLE Advisors, Deborah Ebb. Please, a round of applause, please. You're welcome. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. The next person we are about to bring up is one who has trained most of Nigerians architects. And it was one of his quotes that somebody interpreted to mean that it is only in a building site, everybody can be an engineer, but the only profession you cannot fake is architecture. You could see a mason can call himself an engineer. Even a block molder can call himself an engineer. But if somebody calls himself an architect, give him a pencil. The only thing he can draw is conclusion. Can't draw anything. So we thank all the architects in the house. Can we put our hands together for them? So ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, we'll be bringing one of Nigeria's very respected architects. He's a professor. He's also a systems and building consultant. He was once a dean of the Faculty of Environmental Science, University of Lagos. He's also involved in a lot of work, research related to housing problems in Nigeria, sustainable industrial systems, building of the developing economy, and pioneered the Housing Cooperative Initiative. He was also a consultant architect to many housing projects in private, in states, and in federal sectors in Nigeria. He was one time a professor of architecture, University of Lagos. When the Oga at the top of Hall 7 was talking, he asked if anybody had properties in Nigeria. I have property, sir, but it's abroad. Last week, 2 of my cousins traveled to the UK and they carried my charger with them. So I have 1 charger and 1 cord in the UK right now. I don't know if I have to notify the UK government that one of my property is there now. I may need help. To speak to us, ladies and gentlemen, on Nigeria's first industrial policy, industrialized views and systems in African opportunities and challenges, let's welcome Professor of Architecture, Urban and System Building Consultant, Architect Olumide Olusanya. Please put your hands together for him. Can we clap for him, please? For many, many years, even when we didn't have modern systems to draw, he drew with the accuracy of any computer in the world. Please put your hands together for him. Technical team, can we have his slides up, please?
Yeah, good afternoon. Okay. Well, sorry. Good morning, ladies and...
Control the slides. Okay, you can use the TV over there to
Okay, to speak.
to see.
Okay.
The TV over there will indicate where your slide is, so you don't
Okay.
have to turn back.
Okay, thank you. Well, okay. I think it's still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I will be talking to you about housing as factory production. And this is what I call the historical development of an idea. I am retired from the services of the University of Lagos, but I'm not a retired professor, find out. But I teach part-time, so that makes me adjunct professor. Now, whatever happens, I'm trying to see, I can either be looking at this monitor, at least that way I'm kind of facing you. This is the state of indigenous building construction in 21st century Nigeria. And if you're not aware, then I'm here to educate you that this is actually a monument, because it's so easy to something to just take it as the norm and the way things should be. But this is actually a monument to waste, inefficiency, and destruction of wealth. And given the high capital of the construction industry, it is a disadvantage to economic development. Okay. Something isn't quite... It seems to be just oscillating between 2 slides. Now, this suspended reinforced concrete floor slab is arguably the most critical challenge in the building construction in Nigeria, given the enormous wastefulness of time, materials, manpower, structural inefficiency, plus consequent issues of cost and safety. A critical aspect of this has to do with the shocking lack of local technological capacity for handling and transport of building materials and components at high level. Let me replay this, actually. Now, look at what is happening here. The concrete is poured onto the ground, only to be picked up again. Now, the laborer going up is about 75 kg. The concrete that he is transporting is about 25 kg. So that is 100 kg in motion, okay? Only to transport 25 kg. Now, the Greeks and the have developed ropes and pulleys almost 3,000 years ago. Almost 3,000 years ago, ropes and pulleys have been developed. And yet, this is the way we do construction in Nigeria. Now, if you look at the on the right, all that formwork, it's just simply destruction of wealth, because all that could have been converted into equipment. Now, the real problem with vertical transportation in Nigeria is in the placing of components at high levels. Two operations are involved: vertical transportation and horizontal travel. The vertical transport operation is simple, generally requires relatively lightweight hoisting equipment. It is the horizontal travel operation that is complicated, especially where required length of boom is significant. Massive moments generated by cantilever, issues of counterweight, balance, etc. generally requires imported heavy equipment. Now, this is really the challenge of the of high-level construction. This crane that you are using, that you are looking at, it looks relatively simple, but it is really very highly sophisticated. And you don't do this with a PhD. You do things like this with industrial know-how. This is about industrial know-how, okay? It's one thing to get all the education. It's another thing to translate it into know-how. Now, my own strategy. Okay, let me just give you a slight background. I studied in the US and I came back to Nigeria, started lecturing at the University of Lagos, got interested in housing, developed a housing prototype. Now the issue is, how do we produce it at large scales? And the technology was not available. But as God would have it, I don't have engineering degrees, and therefore I was not bound by conventions. So I devised my own method. Okay, maybe I should use my right hand. Somebody would need to help me somehow. Oh, okay, yeah. Now, there's a slide before this. Okay, now, the system I developed, I call DAMDIM. And this is where we started for a project at the University of Lagos. And this is where I have lived since 1992. I still live there, but we'll get to that in a moment. Now, like I said, I don't as God would have it, I don't have engineering degrees. So I'm not bound by protocol, convention, or whatever. So what I did was precast slab. You raise it up and you use what I call traveling stacker that will deliver it to the point and then it will lower it. And then that movement of lowering, and as you can see, that's 2 kajaks synchronized together. You'll see the operation now. A professor of engineering might be quite embarrassed by this, but like I said, this gets the work done, which is, and I'll show you what we were able to build with this. So the issue really was that the vertical transport and the horizontal travel has been separated in this operation. And that has been the basis of everything that we have done ever since. These equipment were fabricated in Nigeria from the Central Research of the University of Lagos. So the next slide. This is actually what we built with it. 3 terrace houses. The one on the, well, I don't know whether it's the left or the right, depending on where you are standing. From where I'm standing is the left. That's been where I have lived at the University of Lagos. We like to say that we live in a housing research station. But so it was funded by the Federal Ministry of Works, and I really found that I should be mentioning names. At the time, General Maman Kotangara was the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, and he sponsored this project. Well, like I said, I'm registered from the service of the University of Lagos, but as God would have it, my wife is a professor, the associate professor in the university, so the residence was transferred to her. So that's the interior. What I'm trying to show here is that the system is designed for a grid structural and spatial system. And it seems that for many architects, that which is uniform would create something that is boring. But my students at the University of Lagos, first year, second year, what I make, please let's have the slides. The emphasis should be on this. Yeah. That you can create really very interesting spaces from relatively regular structural system. And architecture is first and foremost about spaces. The architecture consists of wind catcher, atrium, because for terraces you do not have the advantage of cross ventilation from the sides. What I have developed is an atrium. The stairwell is developed into an atrium all the way to the roof, and wind and light is brought into the spaces from up there, and all these spaces in the residence actually at split level relation to one another. The advantage of that is that you don't get the sense that you are climbing up 3 stories, even though you are. Because generally you are only traveling half a landing at any single time. Now, we went through several stages, and then we have this Lagos Homes project at Ijorabadia. This we did under His Excellency Babatunde Fashola. And what had happened with this project is that you have a leader, a ruler, that committed to innovation. And he bought into this idea. And everybody was asking him, are you crazy? How do you commit this kind of money to a professor at the University of Lagos? But the thing about Fashola is this. He's not an engineer. He's a lawyer. But if you are at a briefing session with Fashola, he is listening very carefully. And all he's saying is that, yes, I'm not an engineer. Yes, I'm not an architect, but convince me. And if you know what you are doing, you should be able to convince him. What we achieved here, for the first time in Nigeria, an indigenous technology was used to create 5 suspended floors. Now, you should have, after the 4th floor, you would have to have an elevator. But the thinking here is that for a mega city, we simply need to go up. So the 4th and 5th floors are actually maisonettes. So from the 4th floor, that's where the public stairs stop, and subsequently, internally, you go into the bedrooms up. Now, this required the industrial production, precasting of building components for speed, scale, quality control, a modular assembly of interlocking precast concrete building components with speed and precision. Now, if you look, we brought a 50-ton mounted crane, 50-ton mounted crane, imported. But the scale of the project actually could absorb it very easily, and we were able to still have significant cost reduction. Now, this 50-ton, after this, subsequently, the administration that came after Fashola actually terminated this project. Just terminated it. It was really incredible. But the bird had flown. Really, the bird had flown. And Nigeria will never be the same. That is the fact of the matter. Because know-how is know-how. What you do in your own land rather than what is done in South Korea or Germany, the bird had flown. And I'll show you. Now, after this, we started reviewing the technology and trying to see how can we make it have even higher Nigerian or indigenous value addition. Having higher indigenous value addition. Now, the crane, the bridge crane or overhead traveling crane is especially suitable for precision and efficiency in industrial production in a factory. The crane runs on 2 overhead runways built into the building's support structure. Okay, so the factory support structure is what the overhead crane runs on. And insofar as the structure is there, it could go hundreds of meters, delivering components at the right time with speed and precision. So we decided that let us use the bridge crane system as for construction, and let us use the infrastructure of the crane or of the building itself as the infrastructure, which is to say that the innovation is about self-erecting industrial system. So in this case, the precast bridge is an adaptation. Okay, I call it the precast bridge crane. So the precast slab bridge crane is an adaptation of the bridge crane for industrial construction or systems building. So in this case, the precast slab is both the bridge of the crane and the component transported and assembled by that is self-erecting. The structure of the building under construction is co-opted as support infrastructure, providing runways of the crane. This is the equivalent of massive deployment of plant and equipment for industrial production. Massive deployment of plant and equipment for industrial production, achieved with minimal capital outlay, translating into huge gains in efficiency, cost, time, and quality. So the precast slabs are brought, placed on, so you now have a bridge crane. Because the slab is actually bridging from wall to wall. And when it gets to the point where the stacker lowers it in place with precision. Now, that equipment is not a crane until the load is put on it. Until the bridge is put on it, the structural bridge. So at this point, it becomes Yeah. So the precast slabs are loaded onto a trolley, and it becomes a crane. Onto another bay, and the process starts all over. And this is about what it would be in factory production. The speed, we probably would not make it this fast, but you can actually program it. Theoretically, everybody can you program it and everybody goes home, and in the morning, the whole slab, something has been laid. The Chinese do things like that. Maybe we will get there too. In fact, we are going to get there. Okay, but we have started. Now, the thing about the bridge crane, because like I pointed out, it is the horizontal travel that is the real challenge when it comes to cranes. Next slide. Okay. Yeah. Now, from what you see here, once the thing is lifted up, the component lifting up is it's no big deal at all, but it's the horizontal travel. So you have the slabs being transported. In fact, because we have an atrium in that design, you just put a truss system, a bridge, and it goes over the bridge, completes on one side, goes over the bridge, and goes on the other side. Now, those blue trusses that you see actually is a system the members, if you triangulate some of the members, it becomes a trust. And that exponentially increases its carrying capacity. So you use the handrail to carry the floor slab, precast floor slab, instead of having these beams. And so there is certain economy in that. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, what I'm trying to show here is this. With the 50-ton crane, 8-wheeler, you can only transport the slab about halfway into this structure, about halfway. Whereas with this precast, with this dual system of gantry crane and overhead traveling crane, you can transport horizontally, any distance that you want. Now, just look at that capital investment. Just looking at it, you can imagine what the relative cost. And this other one is actually designed in Nigeria, fabricated in Nigeria, developed in Nigeria. Next slide. Okay, so you can see. Now, this traveling crane, if you have more if the building extends more than that, it just keeps traveling. Whereas the truck crane, you would have to go around to the other side. So this is, in fact, much more effective. The overhead traveling crane is the most appropriate crane for industrial production. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, just think, okay, so in terms of relative comparison, the dam system in 2015, which is the Ijorabadia project, achieves up to about 80%, 85% local value addition in the value chain. The adoption of the factory production assembly line process, utilizing synchronized system of co-opted plant and traveling equipment and machinery, developed and fabricated in Nigeria, would eliminate the necessary Okay. So it's if it's a dream, it's coming to actualization. Next slide. Next slide. Please, if you want to clap, please clap. Next slide. Next slide. Now, I have had a very rare privilege, providentially, by the grace of God, that in a country where you have problems of leadership, I have had the good fortune at critical points in my career to have had people in government, in governance, in government that have been Jorabadia, Lagos State Government, His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, SAN Executive Governor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Prof, can you take a bow, please? Take a bow. Let's clap for this innovation, please. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm wondering, though, Prof, if he would still be available for questions, because it looks like, all right, we would still have that. One of the things that he says that continues to resonate with me is the fact that if you think that all he has said is just a dream, he wanted us to emphasize and to know that this is already a reality. Nowhere else but here in Nigeria. If there's a better time to clap, I don't know it. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you for being here. And thank you for showing us that it is not enough to dream. There is a need to pursue those dreams and make them realities. Before we go on to the next speaker, I'd like to recognize very quickly the presence of the Commissioner for Housing and her team, Cross River State, Dr. Beatrice Igwe. Please, can we put our hands together for her? Ma'am, thank you for being here. Good to see you. I also have the MD and CEO of Lexon Capital, Mrs. Ifi Okeke, another lady in the house. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
We also clap for all the other women who are not CEOs yet, but clap for them, please. Yeah. And say what a man can do, a woman can do later. Sorry, better. Please clap for them once more. May we especially appreciate our board members, all of them. We'll take them in turn. Some I have done earlier, but we have former president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, Town Planner Toyin Ainde. Please put your hands together for him. We also have CEO Innovative Risk and Investment Solutions Limited, Professor Charles Iyongete. Please put your hands together for him. May I also especially appreciate the founder and chief executive officer of Lexon Capital, Barrister Ifi Okeke. Please put your hands together for her. May I also especially appreciate His Excellency Ambassador Elijah Onyagba, PhD, former Nigerian ambassador to Burundi. Please put your hands together for him. May I also especially appreciate the Managing Director for Lekki Investments Limited, Mr. Ni Akinlusi. Please put your hands together for him. We have also with us here the President of the Nigerian Institute of Building, Builder Sir Alderton Ewa, FNIOP. Please put your hands together for him. Let's specially clap for him. I'm sure he's going to take Prof's project to the next level. Thank you, sir. Our next presentation, very quickly, will be on rethinking design and construction methods for affordable housing delivery. And to be able to do that for us, may I welcome the co-founder and chief executive officer of 57 Construction, Akintola Akinleye. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Can we clap for him, please, as he comes up?
No, I think I'm good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Akintola Akinleye, co-founder of 57 Construction. Sorry, slides. Really? Okay. This topic is very dear to me in that that's probably the entire model of our business. Rethinking how we design and build houses. So I've put them into three components: design, construction method, and delivery. So please, can you put it up the slide? So okay, so if we're doing affordable housing, I don't think people that are considering luxury houses are the people that we're looking at. One of the things that my job has allowed me to do is to travel across Nigeria. I've been to different states in southwest, northeast. I've been to walk around, and what I've realized is that the way we approach things in Lagos is different from the way they approach things in Aba or in some areas in Port Harcourt, in some areas in even Osun State or Ogun State. What they want there is they want a quiet life. They want a small house. They don't want a two-story building, 350 million naira housing as we want in Lagos. They just want a quiet life, and because of that, um, it makes us to think of, okay, if we're providing housing for this number of people, for this kind of people, then we would have to rethink the way we build those houses. I don't know why the slide is not up, but let me just continue. So I'm going to ask a simple question, which is, what is the Nigerian dream? And the reason why that is important is because if we can recognize what a Nigerian dream is, what Nigerians dream for, then we can be able to say, okay, this is the kind of houses we want to build for them. Because we need to recognize. All right, okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so for me, Nigerian dream is about freedom and free market and innovation. Nigerian dream is about I prefer a country that is free, so that we could be able to innovate and have free market. So Nigerians should be able to afford. Nigeria should be affordable. Nigerians should be able to afford the good things of life with ease, and housing is part of the good things of life. It is a foundation of security and general well-being. Anywhere in the world, when you have a home, you feel relieved. There's an untold sense of security when you own your own house. Having a house is not about luxury or achievement, it's about survival and sustainability. Problem. Yeah, so we know that Nigerian income bracket is about 1.2 to 80 million naira. That's the middle class income bracket, which means that a house worth of 80 million naira or worth of 350 million naira is not going to cut it. And with this current construction method, houses are that expensive. About 60% of Nigeria lives in rented houses, spending 30% of their income to pay for rent every year, which means that you know it's not sustainable for anybody. It's not sustainable for Nigeria. Period. So as an industry, we can't service the largest population of the economy. We need to rethink how we build houses. Our construction method needs to be more affordable, and we need to have perception shifts as to what constitutes and what is the purpose of and what's the purpose of having a house. Why do we need houses? Why do people need houses? So affordable. Yeah, so when we talk about affordable, I was saying we're not talking about substandard products. We're not talking about less quality. We're talking about alternatives. It doesn't mean substandard. It means alternative. Something that can serve the same purpose, but not that expensive. Techno is a phone. Samsung is a phone. iPhone is a phone. But they have different products and they are different alternatives with different price brackets. And that is what construction needs to be. We need to have different products within different price bracket. As a business, we need to take an overall look at the entire construction value chain, tear it into pieces, and find ways where we can provide alternative and find where we can provide alternative. So, so when we started, we wanted to me and my guys, we wanted to be developers. And we realized then, that was 2021, realized then that it was very expensive, for us to build because we didn't have all the money to build. So instead, what we decided to do was to find a way to make construction cheaper so that it would allow us to be able to build. Because, going around saying we want to look for investors to do the same thing, it will cost, it will take time, all those things. So we had to look for different alternative. And that has been the shape of our business, because in every sector, in every construction value chain, we've been able to find a way to provide alternative, and we work daily in terms of providing those alternatives. So let's start with design. All right. So yeah. So as I was saying, people want simpler lives, and so we start with design. In terms of construction value chain, starting with design. This is a 3-bedroom, and this is also a 3-bedroom. This 3-bedroom would cost less to build than this because there's so many walls that had been eliminated in terms of building this, and this looks better for a family of two, a family of four that are looking for something that they can afford, and it's still better. This is bigger. We actually build this two. I mean, we actually have these two, and we have their cost, but this is just better in terms of design. So what we have is when we look at construction value chain, we look at, okay, how do we break it down and how do we make sure that we're able to get the best prices. So one of the things that we did was to look at designs. So we look at designs and we look at, okay, we need to reduce walls. So even if we're constructing a duplex, we build rectangular houses more because that reduces costs more than square houses. So in design, the way we look at floor plan is to streamline the numbers of materials that will be needed to build a house. And to do that, we stream all unnecessary sections like anti-room. Design is often seen as an aesthetics exercise, But in an affordable housing, design is about sustainability and functionality. We must shift from designing for luxury to design for livability, scalability, and efficiency. So the other thing that we looked at is, okay, so if you're looking at this, you see a pool area. So Nigerians have these weird ideas about pool area. So we just figured that, okay, you could have a garden instead of a pool area. And one other thing that we did was to look at roof shapes, which also reduces cost of construction. To look at roof shapes as to hay shapes instead of these pitch roof. Flat roofs, people don't really like flat roofs. But people, at least based on our market, we see a lot of people that love pitch roofs. And okay, so later you see one of our projects that had a pitch roof and all those things. So what the ways we look at this, as construction is overhaul. For a home. And when we look at it overall, we look at every aspect of construction and how we could reduce cost of construction. And that's what we do basically. So from the roof, from the design, from the construction materials itself that we use, we try and reduce construction costs as much as possible. To bring affordability in construction, clever thinking and innovation is important. Understanding the purpose of each component and finding solutions to make it better without the hassle of slow and expensive build. Traditional method, brick and mortar, manual labor, sequential processing are slow. It takes about 77 steps, between 77 to 100 steps to actually build a house. So you go from setting out, blinding, blocks, filling, all those things. It takes about 77 to 100 steps. So what we've done is that we've reduced those steps to about 44 steps from us. So which makes our house to take about 8 weeks. If we're building a 4-bedroom duplex, we only need like about 8 weeks to complete a 4-bedroom duplex. To service a bigger Nigerian market, we need to shift to the method that reduces cost, time, and complexities. We need to build houses the same way Toyota build cars. It needs to be fast. It needs to be, because Nigeria has a housing deficit of 22 million. So, and for us to be able to meet 20, and we have a housing deficit of 22 million, which means 22 million people doesn't have a house. The other thing is that we have 50% of the Nigerian population, about 100 million people that are living in rented houses. So if you're putting them together, that's like 122 million out of 222, which means that if we actually want to address the issue of housing, it means we have to find a way to build these houses super fast. Like we need to be popping out houses, the same way iPhone pops out their phones. So and then for us, we have, we're business people. I'm a businessman. So for us, we have a way of thinking about it. We look at Nigeria and we look at what they like, what they are used to. And we use those things to design our products. And we have so many products that we've not launched because we're still trying to find a way to make sure that it looks like something Nigerians is going to like. We understand how Nigerian feels about new things and changes. So we model our construction design to look and feel like conventional construction method to appeal. When you see our houses, you can't tell the difference. You can't tell the difference. It is concrete steel framing. All right, so yeah. So it is concrete steel framing. This is it. So we have this specialized construction, iron steel framing and slabs, concrete slabs that we use. So let me define concrete steel framing. So concrete steel framing is a 5 inches thick walls that is paneled. So we assemble them in panels. After assembling them in panels, we have our specialized decking system. It looks more like what Professor was saying the other time. We have about 4 different types of decking system. We have different roof methods that we do engage as need be. We have this is our flagship construction method. So it is a 600 by 600 meters panel walls, dry walls. So when we assemble them, we have specialized way of assembling them. When we assemble them, we then plaster them. So everything culminates to about 5 inches thick solid walls. They are very strong. They are, and it takes to build this. This is a one bedroom loft. To build this took us, I mean, from after foundation to this took us about maybe 4 days, and with 2 men and me, yeah, because I always like to be on the side. So conventional. Okay, yeah. We all know how important. Okay, yeah. So sorry. All right. So yeah. So I use this house as an example overall. So this was when it was done. This is one of the things that we have as our superpower is that we manufacture a lot of things, and we have people in house that could manufacture even machines. Like the one professor was talking about, I would really love to see the group, because we have people on our teams that can actually manufacture many of these machines, especially construction machines, which makes construction startup for us to be very cheap, because we manufacture the machines that we use ourselves. So and so it makes building a house super fast and super cheap. Yeah. So this is the finish. Sorry, is there a way you can play this video? Can you play the video? Yeah, so it's a one bedroom loft. So we have from us, we produce these windows ourselves. We just buy raw materials and just make them ourselves. We make our doors ourselves. We make most of the component that is used in the house. We produce them ourselves. That reduces construction costs. I mean, and this goes for most developers. For developers, one of the things that developers need to do is to make sure that it could produce some of the materials they use by themselves instead of outsourcing it, because that reduces construction costs by about 20% or something. So we make them ourselves. All right. So yeah. So in-house production strategy. So yeah, we produce windows, we produce doors ourselves. We have different types of doors that we produce and different type of ways of producing it. We actually produce terrazzo tiles. We don't use them yet because we're still trying to see how we can fine-tune it for Nigerian market. We produce slate roofs, still in development. We do prefabricated houses. Our prefabricated houses, one bedroom cost. Okay, that house that I just showed you actually cost us to 4 million naira to build. So, which is another thing that is very important about is that our houses, we have a 4 bedroom duplex that costs about 30 million naira to build. So that house, sorry, let me go back. So it costs, the house costs us 4 million naira to build. We'll charge you if if we're building it for you, but yeah, it costs us 4 million naira to build, and that goes for many of our houses. We have different decking alternatives. We have steel framing decking. We have ribs and slab. We have interlock blocks for frame structure. Yeah, this is the interlock blocks. So if you have all these skeletal buildings, we have interlock blocks that we could use, and this block takes 1,000 naira per square meters. Plus, so we have this specialized cement system that we designed to plaster it so that it would stay put. So we have the blocks, we have ribs on slab, we have so basically so we have this steel frame structure. This steel frame structure is actually used in that house that I showed you, and it's it takes about 3.5 tons of load. Now, the reason why that is important is because, see, the way we do decking right now, we do it so that the decking can carry itself and the decking can carry the people on it. Now, what we've realized is that we can actually eliminate the decking from carrying itself. We don't need that. We only need to carry the people on it. So instead of, just keep doing the decking the conventional way, so we make them modular. So we have a concrete slabs, 600 by 600. Then we have these beams, these iron steel beams. They are trusses beams. Now, the thing about trusses is trusses are majorly used for building bridges. Now, if you get the right degrees and right dimensions, you could actually make them to be able to carry at least 5 tons of load. So what we've done over time is that we've been able to make these deckings, these ribs and slabs, to be able to carry the precise load that we need them to carry. So this one carries about 3.5 tons of load. So that's the slate roofing there. This is one of the houses we built last year in Elisha. It's a 5-bedroom duplex. It's a very big house. So why I'm showing you this is because to say that our design, the way we build our houses, could actually do, like, there's no limit to the kind of building we can use it to do. It's like the technology is really amazing. And so yeah, so okay. All right, so yeah, making real changes. We're not the only one trying to make changes in Africa. There are houses in Kenya that is built under $10,000. We have our houses is probably cheaper than any house that is built in Kenya. And I think in Kenya they use waste materials. We don't use waste materials, but we've just been very good at being able to perfect construction costs. All right. So for us, this works. We've built about maybe 50 houses in the last 3 years, 2022 to 2024, which means that Nigerian market loves us. They love what we do, and overall, the entire project that we've handled is about 1 billion naira from 2022 to 2024. It is a stable, scalable technology, and the startup is very, at least for us, because we make our machines. The startup is very cost-effective for us, and yeah. So okay. So let me move to delivery. I think we've talked about So for delivery, if whether we have this type of houses or whatever, there's no way we can do delivery without finance. It doesn't, even though we have, different sources, one other thing that is still very important is that we need to find a way to finance these houses. People still don't have the money. Even if you're building a house for them for 30 million, some people still don't have the money and they still have to finance it. And we approach banks almost every time. They give us different rates. The rates are not always very good for our customer. At least what we envision for our customers is to be able to have affordable housing. So when they give us rates, we're not always very comfortable with it. So so different methods that could be used instead: cooperative mortgages, rent to own, micro mortgages, government-backed down payment. Basically. I'm very sorry. I'm kind of nervous because for whatever reason, and yes. So, but the most important thing is that we do product that works. Like, it totally works. We've built it over and over and over. We have different houses. The house I showed you was built this year, and it was built for 4 million, and this is 2025. Last year, the house I was showing you that was on that side was built to Kakas and was built for 20 million naira. And that house is about 246 square meters. And that's a very big house, 5-bedroom. So the sitting room alone was about 30 by 30 by 60 feet or something like that. Like it was massive. I think the client just felt, since you guys can build this cheaper, I just go north. So it went really all out for it. So we have a product that works, and that product could actually help and fix Nigeria, because we build houses in 8 weeks, which means that we can just keep popping out houses with manpowers, and and we can pop out these businesses as fast as possible, because we also have the people, the expertise of building the machines that these businesses need. So this could actually address the housing issue. Like, it is a profound technology that works, and it's a great privilege. We do this all the time. We want solutions that actually works, something that actually brings real changes, and I think this is one of it. And so I think I'm going to close. So we should treat housing like healthcare and transportation, an essential service that deserves systemic thinking. The goal is not just shelter, but about dignified living environments, one that supports growth, life, and opportunity. Affordable housing is not about steel, it's not about concrete. It's about our ability to define the kind of society we want to live in, so that we'll be able to define the kind of houses we want to build. So thank you very much.
Yes, go ahead. Make sure that the applause is loud enough for this very innovative young man. Please keep clapping. Do not stop.
Please come and receive handshake from elders. When a young man washes his hand clean,
it's with the elders. And Mr. Kintola has done justice to rethinking design and construction, reiterating the fact that housing is not a luxury, but a fundamental human right. I agree with him completely that the designs we should be talking about here today should be ones that are fast, efficient, and affordable. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I think he does deserve a round of applause. Well done.
well, thank you very much. Once again, our very young and wow, this guy has stolen the show. Clap for him, please. Nigerians love results.
Yes, indeed.
Somebody said I should ask you if you are looking for manager and personal bodyguard. Well, that's a lot, and he's done that very beautifully. Somebody asked an old man, say, what is the greatest regret you have in your life? He said, when I was young, they told me, enjoy your money while we are still alive. He said, now I'm old and broke. I'm still here, and my money is all gone. So when you see a young man doing well, it's worthy to celebrate him. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will go quickly into the Q&A session, but before then, we have a few people that we'll specially recognize. May I especially appreciate the National Vice President, North Central of the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria. He's also a leadership coach and CEO of Noel Osilama Global. Estate Surveyor and Valuer Osilama E. Osilama. Please put your hands together for him.
From the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Honorable Commissioner, Dr. Shegun Ngunshola. Please, can we celebrate him all the way from Kwara State? Thank you for being here.
We'll also want to specially celebrate the Chairman of the Council of Registered Builders of Nigeria, Builder Samson Ame Opalua. Please put your hands together for him.
And the CEO, Europe Nigeria, Mrs. Esther Gift Oko. You're welcome.
We have the Chief Executive Officer of Octo 5, May I especially welcome Ogajude Odusolu. Please put your hands together for him. Also with us here is the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development from Kwara State, Dr. Shegun Ogunshola. Please put your hands together for him. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, we will take our panelist, the young man who just left. We'll need you to come back after you have signed autographs at the back. Well, let's welcome Architect Olumide Olusonya, Professor of Architecture, Urban and System Building Consultant. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up.
And of course, the Chief Executive Officer, Hall 7 Real Estate Limited, Mr. Olayinka Brimo, would also be joining us on the panel. Please, a round of applause. Thank you.
Other session that includes in terms of time. If you have a question for ask, that would maybe will take one or two, and I can assure you that in the process of answering the question, some of the thoughts that they didn't convey in the earlier statement, they will be able to allude to that as they answer the question. So, can I see the hands of those who have questions? Okay, I can see ESV Boyega Fatimilein of Dear Fatimilein. So I will take, and then I have another from the one and only. And let me not call her yet. Yes, please. You have the floor. Oh. You can determine who you want to ask, or if it's a general question, we're going to take any one of them. Yes, please.
Thank you. I have a comment and a question for almost all of them. My first address will be to Mr. Olayinka. I'm delighted that he has 300,000 units that is there that he wants finance for. And as I represent MREEF as a technical advisor, I can assure him that if you put within 3 weeks, he will get finance. So your capital can be released. Our engineer, the problem we have in Nigeria is that we have artisan problem. So if you can catalyze this mechanical processes, and it can be cheap enough for contractors to acquire and utilize. That would be interesting. And we can find, you know, if you have a good product, there'll be finance for it. If you can replicate it, finance will be for it. And then we can be in a position that we can do multiple and agitate our mind on how we can build more houses and faster and more deliberate. And I congratulate our young man. I was excited as to the extent he has brought the housing costs, because that's a major part of delivery. Housing costs is very expensive. I was at a forum like this somewhere on West Coast, and they're saying we should deliver a housing for $5,000. And I say it's not possible. At least I know it's not possible in Lagos, because by the time you pay your what do you call it? Not workmen. By the time you pay for your approval, by the time you pay for everything, you've consumed more than 5,000 for that 2-bedroom unit. So the government is not making it possible for us to deliver housing at cost. But if we can at 4 million, I congratulate you. But that's why I gave you my card, because I want to interrogate that, and I want to see how we can scale it. We want to take advantage of this to scale and help you to scale it to such an extent that we can find we will be able to reproduce houses at that level and with that speed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'd like to take Mrs. Ayinde, retired permanent secretary, Lagos State. Madam, you're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to appreciate Prof for that enlightening and innovative presentation. And my question is, if the only results we can get from this 19th housing show is collaboration of professionals in the building industry with Prof to ensure that this system is used and made very accessible to all builders, I think it's one of the ways we can reduce collapsed buildings, because that's an issue that we have in Nigeria. So if all in the building industry can collaborate, I think this will be a very good product result from this housing show. And then we can have the testimony at the 28th International Housing Show. Thank you, sir. And for our young engineer, I want to ask, how durable are your products? The doors you mentioned, you produce the doors, the windows yourself. Are you ensuring that standards are complied with? And that not within 6 months, it's not that this door starts coming down. I've observed over the years, in recent times, in Lagos particularly, since I stay in Lagos, you see new houses built within 3-6 months, and you see cracks all over. I wonder, just like our elder statesman now said, that we have problem of artisans. I doubt if we have good bricklayers, but with the Prof's brick system and design, maybe that will help us in that area. So, engineer, can you please, I would love you to confirm that, the durability of the things you manufacture yourself. Thank you very much. You are doing a good job.
Thank you.
And God bless you.
Thank you so much. We'll be able to take from this side. I'd like to take from Professor Nubi. And then we're looking for gender inclusiveness.
Yeah, sir, good morning, all. Mine is not a question, but just some clarification. Professor Lusoya's presentation, the house he said he now lives in, he's been living in that house in the last 35 years. So, like he said, this thing is with us. And I remember through the research grant that General Katangua approved then he built the house with these interlocking blocks. By the time he moved in, there were 3 units. People were afraid to move into the remaining units. They said, let him go and die alone. That a house without a mortar to shock it. That time he was still single. They said his load is light, so let him go and die in his house alone. But when the accommodation problem persisted in the university, one by one they joined, and in the last 5 years they have not died. So it's a project that is tested, like he's tried to demonstrate. The Jorabadia project, the projection distorted it. Out of the 1,008 units, 240 units were completed before the change of government. And I said it's unfortunate that such project, that Governor Fashola recognized it as a training ground. That's why he supported it, that such project could be terminated at slightest change of government. So these are projects that are standing. They were there, not a utopia, not a dream from the wonderland. So they are there, and I just believe that one day this project will be scaled up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to apologize to so many of you who are raising their hands. We are keeping to time so that we can move on to the next session. So that will give opportunities to you to be able to answer the questions and make any comments, concluding remarks you may wish to make. Let me start with, I think you started first of all, yes? I think there's a question to me. There was a question, a comment. Okay, please. Prof.
Yeah, I really appreciate all the questions and the comments. Now, first of all, to answer the issue of problems of artisans, my own attitude has been that I just don't have temperament. Grumbling that we don't have this, we don't have that. My own attitude is that if I have a problem that affects what I'm doing, I solve it. And the way that I have solved the issue of artisans, for instance, is that instead of laying blocks with mortar and range and which depends on the skill or the non-skill of the artisans, what I've done is to develop interlocking blocks. Those of you who are young enough to have played with Lego, and those of you who have children that plays with Lego, the interlocking blocks is self-aligning. It just keys in. So that way, it is, so to, as the Americans say, it is designed for the stupid, So just interlock it. So the real issue goes into making blocks that are very precise. So I've taken that matter out of the hands of the artisan. And that's what I call that the approach to building should be towards systemization and rather than customization. Okay, so all my building systems is like factory production. It does not depend on the skill of the artisan. I have gone into a lot of trouble to make sure that the things are precise, they fit in a certain kind of way, and that makes for speed and for quality. I take responsibility. I just have no patience for grumbling. Okay. Collaboration with professionals. If you notice, most of the time I say we. I simply have had the privilege of working with some of the finest engineering minds in the country, even though I am not an engineer. Let me give you an example. When we're working on my house, the house at the University of Lagos, I had challenges with building a crane because I was trying for the conventional, you lift the crane up with one in the middle, and I was having difficulty with it. But my engineer friend had gone and developed the slab, hollow slab. And let me, first of all, just quickly make a point of that. Now, there's an engineering principle that you can have reduction in materials without corresponding reduction in strength. And generally, that's why you have hollow blocks. So with the hollow blocks, you can have up to 50% reduction in material for maybe 20 to 15% reduction in strength, but that component still has what is called higher strength to weight ratio. Okay, so generally in Nigeria, nobody builds with solid blocks, but we build with solid slabs. It just does not make sense because what it is carrying most of the time, it is mostly carrying its own weight. So when you see a building collapse, it collapses under its own weight. So the principles of use of material, we need to be, the engineers and the architect, they need to take that more seriously. And the young man that was talking about issue of the slab, and I like some of the points, interrogate him a bit more on that. So in terms of collaboration, I think the real issue is that this research has gone on and it has gone beyond research. It is standing. How do we propagate it in Nigeria? I think that's just a matter of attitude, really.
Thank you.
I think it's just a matter of attitude. Because, for instance, what Professor Nibu said, that when the Ijora Badia project was terminated, he thought that was something really bad for the country. I don't think so. We don't really have governance in Nigeria just yet. We just have individuals in government sometimes. Okay? So in the meantime, we have to take our destiny in our own hands. If the Jorabadia structure is standing there, hiding in plain sight, and we say we have developers, industrialists, and they choose expensive methods, the reason is simply that it's a supplier's market. Whatever you build, somebody will buy it. So maybe when the situation gets bad enough and they cannot even be able to offload expensive things, then maybe everybody would walk up.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof.
All right. Yes, ma'am. So for our own product, yeah, we do ensure quality, especially for making. I think we make quality doors because now we can inspect them than if we're buying them, and quality windows as well. If we're making them ourselves rather than buying them off the market.
Thank you so much. Would like to thank you, and I'd like to make a few comments of mine. One of the issues that Prof pointed out is the fact that the cost consideration and the other issues that should drive innovation has not come in. But I'd like to posit that currently the cost of labor in Nigeria is climbing. if you are involved in the construction industry, you find out that the cost of labor is climbing. And therefore, some of these mechanized systems are going to be more affordable for us in the long run than what we are thinking currently. The second issue is that Hall 7 mentioned clearly the element of the need for us to unlock some of the funds that we already have. And then we had an intervention from ESV Boyega, Fatih Milenyi, that we have opportunities within MRIF, of which he's a consultant. And I can assure you that look through the program, MRIF will be making a presentation during the course of this AIHS. So you can listen in on what they have. But what we would like to posit also is the clear fact that we are not paying enough attention to artisan development. Julius Berger has one of the best artisanal schools in this country, where they train their people. Many developers and many contractors are not investing in the realm of training people. We buy expensive materials and they are installed by very unskilled people. The final product becomes substandard. So we need to invest in that area as a people generally. And the last element that have come into play is the element of the fact that we have to also advocate with governors, with the subnationals and at the national level, for us to find a way of reducing some of the costs and compliance issues that we have, so that these houses will continue to be affordable and thereby increase the base of the turnover that we make with them. I'd like us to appreciate once more those who have shared with us as we close this session. Please, would like us to come forward and then be able to, those of you who ask questions, I'd like you to come forward too, because you are part of the people who presented. So please, can you step up here? So can we come together so that we can have a picture session, please?
Because of my height.
Please, let's clap for the panel. And those who asked questions. Thank you very much. Please, let's especially appreciate them again. All right, thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. May I especially welcome the President and Chief Executive Officer of HIMPA Africa, Sir Emmanuel Akingwumi. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. We are honored to have you. Also with us here is the Honorable Commissioner of Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Plateau State, Honorable Architect Silvanus Dongto. I hope that got it. Thank you. Well, very quickly, we will take the next, and the issue is around housing financing for the next 200 million. That's global lessons for local solutions. Someone had asked once, So just to prepare you that in a few minutes we'll be talking about financial housing for the next 200 million, global lessons for local solutions. We'll also have a very technical panel that will discuss that afterwards, and then we'll go for lunch. But before then, we have also people who are partners who have worked with us on this matter. They have been here. Many of them exhibitors. Will hear their voice in a bit. So to begin very quickly, may I invite the representative of Mecano Innovation System. Are they here? Please put your hands together for them. Thank you very much. They have always been with us, and this year they have come specially. Please, another round of applause as he comes up to speak to us.
Good morning, everybody. Can we go ahead and play the video, please? So I'm here to present the Mecano building system technology for building homes. Basically, what we want to talk about today is how to build a home in one day, okay? So you're wondering, how is that possible to build one home in one day? So we're talking about, and we're used to traditional way of building homes using obviously wood. In many countries, they use wood, just wood and sheetrock panels to build homes. Here, for example, in Nigeria, I've seen that you use concrete blocks, okay, and bricks, and we use a lot of natural resources like wood. So we are tired of seeing how these construction processes are very costly, high cost, low efficient, with a very low production rate. So the technology that I'm presenting to you today, to all of you today, is a technology that has been used worldwide for the last 4 decades. So this is not something new. This is a technology that has been proven in North America, Central South America, in Asia, in Europe, even here in Africa, in Morocco has been used. So we are introducing this new technology in Nigeria, the Mecano building system, which is a very productive, high rate efficiency construction system where we use formwork, custom made formwork, aluminum formwork, steel formwork. So we basically match the architectonical drawings. We take that design and we design our forms and we ship it to the job site. We assemble them to pour concrete. So basically, the idea here is to build concrete homes with custom-made molds. So we are going from producing with concrete blocks and wood. Now we are producing 100% concrete homes. We're talking about single-family homes, two-story homes, or high-rise buildings, apartment buildings. Even we can go farther and say, for example, office buildings, hospitals, convention centers. But here today, obviously, our focus is affordable housing. So how we can produce one home in one day. So with this technology is very easy to use. We don't need unskilled workers. We actually, Mecano will send the technician, the engineer to the job site to do the training for all of those who today are masons, who do labor-intensive work. We will train them in about 5 to 7 days on how to use the Mecano system. With the Mecano system, we're talking about producing monolithic structures where we have concrete walls, concrete ceilings, Even the staircase of the home will be concrete. So this is the process. We also have the forms for the foundation slab. So we do a typical foundation slab with concrete, and then we have a crew installing the steel wire mesh. We have a plumber, we have an electrician installing all of the electrical and plumbing tubing, and then we assemble the mold. Once the mold is assembled, then we receive the truck with the concrete or cement, we cast it, and we do everything in just one event. The walls first, we fill out the walls with concrete, and then we do the ceiling, the slab for the ceiling. And the very next day, the forms are ready to be stripped, to be disassembled. Obviously, we have a concrete ceiling. We leave the props, and we leave the props for a few more days. But with this system, we can take only, 5, 6, 7 hours with a crew of 10 or 12 people to assemble the mold early in the morning. Let's say 7 o'clock in the morning. By 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we just have an inspector making sure every panel is in place, all the fastening, alignment, accessories are in place, and we're ready to receive the concrete. So that may take 1.5 or 2 hours to cast the concrete. The very next day, we disassemble the forms with the same crew, and we will start assembling the forms for the second home. So that's how we achieve building one home in one day. And obviously, we have crews going ahead of us, doing all the trace of the land, doing all the excavations. Then we have a crew doing all the foundation slabs, and then we will have a crew handling the mold, producing the concrete homes. All the electrical, plumbing are installed. So we don't have that issue that whenever we have a mason building a home with concrete blocks, now we have to go back to the window openings, or the door openings to fix everything, because the mold will include all the window openings, all the window openings and door openings as well. Also, Mecano is very friendly with our environment because we are taking care of it. We don't need wood anymore. Everything is aluminum forms, steel forms, so we don't need to use the wood forms, okay? Wood forms will only last 3 or 4 times, and then we need to replace the wood forms again. With the aluminum and steel forms, you can reuse the forms up to 2,000 times. That's almost 10 years of use with the proper handling, cleaning, maintenance of the equipment. And also, with the Mecano system, we can achieve pretty much any design that you want. We can incorporate any type of moldings and rounded designs. It's very fast. This system, was created in North America, basically in Mexico. It was created in 1982. The founder of Mecano, he used to be a home builder in the 60s and the 70s. He was building with concrete blocks, and he was tired of seeing all of these waste of materials, low productivity, and he brought this concept from Europe, because in Europe, the formwork was used for industrial, for infrastructure. So he adapted this system to his own construction company, and that's how Mecano was born in 1982. We have exported our technology all over the Americas, Central America, South America, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, Morocco, Spain. So this is a proven technology. And at the end of the day, the idea is to be able to provide affordable house for our people in Nigeria. So you can see, well, that's me. That's a project in Panama. So I would like to have just a moment. I know my presentation is about to come to an end, but I would like to introduce our representatives for Mecano in Nigeria. We have Daniel Omolola. Please, Daniel, come over here just for a minute. And Mr. Adi Devanesi, they are our international sales and operations manager for Nigeria. We have a partnership with them for many years. We have met a lot of Nigerian developers and entrepreneurs, as well as government representatives in the past. So they are here today. And obviously, I will invite all of you, please come to our booth. We're right here on this walkway by the exit. We have our booth. We will be more than happy to have you there, show you. We have a mold here, we have formwork here, and we will be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for them. But before you go, let me ask one question. I'll ask in Nigerian. My colleague was asking, how does this affect our economy, the Nigerian economy?
It's creating employment. The construction method will create a lot of employment for youths because we have a housing deficiency right now. Even the federal government.
I can't hear you.
The federal government has stated they're trying to build 100 houses in 774 local governments in Nigeria. What Meccano is doing by bringing technology is to assist the federal government and also creating jobs for a lot of Nigerians on ground. Construction creates employment.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Their stand is somewhere out there, so go there and ask all the necessary questions you want to ask.
Yes, indeed. And I just wanted to state that very quickly, if we have one house per day, my village people will not even realize that I have built a house. I would have built it. They will not be able to. You people should clap. These are the innovations we're talking about. Would have settled it. Yes? All right.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, taking us further for presentations, product presentations, is Jobo Max Global. Please, a round of applause for them. Jobo Max Global. Keep clapping till he gets here, please. Thank you.
Ben, I see a hand up. Please be informed that they have stand outside and they would attend to you. I'm sorry, but we're still trying to keep the time. Apologies.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's past lunchtime, so I'm going to be very quick. Just to quickly introduce the company and share with you guys what my objectives are for attending the housing show. My name is Frank Chocado. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Jobo Max Global. We are based in the United States, operating in 4 different countries in Africa: Cameroon, Guinea, Ghana, and Sierra Leone. So Jobo Max primarily focuses on the African diaspora as it relates to housing. And I know there's a big misconception that African diaspora means building luxury homes, but it's actually not true because we all face similar issues across the entire housing spectrum. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Okay. So as I was saying, Jobo Max Global, we consider ourselves the bridge to African diaspora investment. One key statistic actually is that the diaspora sends over $100 billion of self-investment every year in Africa. That is the largest self-investment funds that is directed particularly in Africa. I'm not talking about banks, I'm talking about just self-funds for, to generate projects. So that's quite neglected. And as I was saying, we face a lot of the same issues because building is hard, whether it's the supply of housing by finding quality homes or titles, whether it's financing, which is harder for everyone. There's actually these dawning statistics of the mortgage penetration rate in Africa, which is at just 1%. Mortgage penetration is the total mortgages per GDP. So in much advanced countries, it is generally between 40 to 80%, but in Africa it's 1%. It's one of the main factors that are really crippling our real estate in Africa. And we are also solving that issue. And as always, the last issue is building trust through the diaspora. I'm not sure if you guys, I'm sure you guys have heard of multiple stories of fraud, of scams, and people just thinking they're getting a home built and they're not. So at Jobo Max, we are a full service one-stop shop that basically will guide our clients from finding a quality home, securing financing, and also having a lot of transparency through the process of executing the build the home. And as we always like to say, we don't just build homes at Jobo Max Global, we sell trust. Next slide. Okay, so just to talk a little bit about our past accomplishments up to date, we have built over 140 homes across 4 different countries in Africa in some of the toughest markets. And through that, we have managed a financing portfolio of over $4 million to finance our clients, and with very little default rate, currently at about 5%. But for each of those default, we've been able to resell the homes and return the full amount of like capital plus interest to our investors. So through that, what I'm trying to demonstrate here is that we have a proven and very profitable model that is ready for expansion. Next slide. One key factor that I actually want to share is it's not just our local execution, but it's also us leveraging technology to enhance the experience and make it faster and most trustworthy for our clients. We have this self-made fintech technology application called Cola, and it helps us in various ways. For our home buyers, for example, it helps them track basically on a live basis the progress of the constructions, seeing photos, progressions, and different information that someone that's living all the way across the ocean will want to know as their homes is being built. It's also a dashboard for our investors, just offering them real life like performance of how the financing is going. And also for any partners that we have, it could be licensed for your personal services when it comes to whether it's transferring funds, whether it's tracking payments with property management. The Colo app basically does all of that. So it's I like to call it the icing out on the cake of our investments, because thank you. It allows us to just really perform with transparency and just faster the communication. There, this one, right? Okay, good. So that being said, another key statistic that I wanted to share just to encourage and motivate everyone to think about diaspora investments when we are talking about housing. As I said, I think we face a similar issue. It's the impact that it plays on our economy. $100 billion a year is not small money, and it will also help us kind of help, take off and also participate and contribute in all the different real estate issues that we have talked about up until now. So through Jobo Max, our model is ready for growth, and we want to grow exponentially. 140 homes is a big accomplishment, but it's not even a small hole in the larger demand for housing in Africa. So whether it's moving into a new market, which is why I'm here attending the housing show, we would love to penetrate the Nigerian market and also provide our services. We also operate through mergers and acquisitions, whether you're a small developer, whether you are a construction materials company, there are ways and opportunities for us to collaborate. And also our Cola app is available for licensing for those property managers or other folks that would definitely find some use to it. a little bit difficult to use. Okay, I believe this is my last slide. It's just really a call to action. I'll be here through the rest of the week. So let's connect, let's discuss, let's find some creative ways to just build homes, sell homes, and continue to improve our economy. So my name is Frank Chocado again. I'll be hanging around, looking forward to meet everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him another round of applause. Next, let's invite industries. If they are here, please come over and make your presentations. Please put your hands together. It's set and ready to go. Can we clap for him, please? They say when you clap for other people, you increase the number of years you spend on earth for yourself. Can you clap for yourself? Thank you. Can we bring their slides up, please?
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. While the organizers try to put the presentation together, there's a small story I would like to begin with. In the summer of May 2012, there was a case study which was presented at the Harvard Business School. This case study spoke about steel. Steel, we all know, is an inherent part of any construction activity. Both these case studies which were presented at the Harvard Business School was something which really raised goosebumps. The first case study spoke about the horrific incident which happened in the month of April 1912. Can any of my friends in the audience tell me what really happened on 14th April 1912, which came on to become one of the most infamous historic incidents? So, Titanic, we all know, sank on 14th April 1912 in Atlantic Ocean. There was another incident which was the case study which was presented on another incident about 9/11. And I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, you know what happened during 9/11 in the United States of America, when the Twin Towers went under attack by the terrorists. And both the Twin Towers, we could see dwindling down. In 1912, when the Titanic hit the iceberg and sank, we all know that it wasn't as developed as it's today. And the world was at a quagmire to decipher that how on earth Titanic would sink, which was also called the unsinkable ship. And it just happened to sink on its maiden voyage. It was built of steel. It kind of completely bewildered the scientists and the researchers at that point in time. But decades later, when science advanced, when we had the technology, the scientists went down to the bottom of the ocean, extracted the piece of Titanic, and took it to the lab to research that if Titanic was made of steel, how did it break and how did it sink? And it couldn't withstand the impact of the iceberg. Much to their horror, they found levels used in the steel of Titanic ship was more than the 3 times the prescribed limit. Now I'll tell you what this phosphorus is and why this is an evil in the steel. But that will come later. But they made the discovery that the phosphorus levels were more than 3 times the prescribed limit in the steel used in Titanic. Fast forward to 9/11. Twin Towers, we all know, were made of steel, 80% steel. There was just about 15% concrete and about 5% glass, which was the facade of the building. When the terrorists attacked the Twin Towers through aircrafts, and I'm sure you must have seen those horrific videos on TV and YouTube, nobody had imagined that both the buildings will actually implode and come crashing down within seconds, because they all knew that it was made of steel. After the attack, within 5 minutes, both the towers melted down, again bewildering the entire research and the scientist community that how did this even happen? In a similar fashion, the steel used in Twin Towers was extracted, given in the lab to research, and most horrifically they found the sulfur levels used in the Twin Towers in the steel was more than 2.5 times of the prescribed limit. Now, why I spoke about these 2 elements of sulfur and phosphorus, I will try to explain you in a very non-technical layman terms. There are 5 elements in steel: carbon, silica, manganese, sulfur, and phosphorus. If the limit of phosphorus exceeds in steel more than the prescribed limit, during extreme cold temperature, it will make the steel brittle and the steel will break. And this is what precisely happened in the sub-zero temperatures of Atlantic Ocean. The steel couldn't withstand the impact of iceberg and finally broke into 2 pieces. Similarly, if the sulfur level goes beyond the prescribed limit in steel, during extreme hot temperature, the steel will melt. And that's what precisely happened during the World Trade Center attacks. Why I chose to tell you this story is that for any construction, for any housing, whatever we do, with residential or commercial, steel is the backbone of any construction activity. And therefore, it's very, very important to use the best quality steel, because the house which we build for ourselves is not really something which only we will enjoy. You build a house for a lifetime. You don't build houses every 5 years. You want your children, you want your grandchildren to live. So it's paramount that when we do any construction activity, any commercial, any residential building, we use the best quality steel. Why I chose to tell you about this story is that I represent African Industries Group, which is not only one of the oldest, but also one of the largest manufacturing companies in Nigeria. We operate in over 5 continents, across 11 verticals, from metal, mining, chemicals, glass, and so on and so forth. I'll briefly touch upon that. But we are also the first steel manufacturer of Nigeria with over 5 decades of proven track record, and which has contributed to the country's economy. We have an array of products. For the time, I will only choose steel and aluminum, which are used in construction, given the theme of African International Housing Show, because we either use steel in our houses or we use aluminum roofing sheets when we build our houses or warehouses or sheds. And what is very, very important for us and paramount for us to maintain those quality standards in what we do. We are the ones who have always followed the law and have even achieved CARES certification as per the SON guidelines. Through this platform, I like to urge to all of you to promote the idea of bringing quality in any construction, not limited only to steel. I work for a steel company, but I think as Nigerians, as very important levers in the country, I think we should always promote quality. There are several brands who are selling in this country, but they do not follow SON guidelines and still happen to sell. And then we see unfortunate incidents and accidents happening. As brand ambassadors of AIHS, I would urge all of you that become the promoter that we should always use quality construction material in any construction we do. And it should not be only limited to steel or aluminium. Quality should become a norm in Nigeria. My name is Rohit Lamba. It's been a pleasure and honor to be with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. That was African Industries Group giving us again a presentation on the non-negotiable quality of building products if we desire durable buildings. Right now, still on corporate presentation, I'd like to welcome the representative of Paltram Morgan Holdings. Please, can we put our hands together for them as they come out? A round of applause. We have Paltram Morgan Holdings for the next few minutes. Do I have your representative in the hall? All right. Okay. All right, I think we'll just go ahead. We'll take a pause on corporate presentation and go to a presentation by one of our key speakers, the founder of DLE Advisors. She's been seated for a while now. I appreciate you. Please, can we put our hands together for Deborah Epp, discussing financing, housing for the next 200 million. Yes, global lessons for local solutions. That round of applause is not a lot. Can we go ahead and do it? Thank you, ma'am. Let's clear the stage. Do you have slides? Yeah, you do. Just use. All right. Yes. Does that work? Okay. I don't have slides. Okay.
Hi. It's great to see you all. I haven't been in this conference for a few years, so it's a real pleasure to be here in person once again, where all the energy is in Nigeria. And a lot of the presentations that have been made over the last couple of hours are very consistent with some of the remarks that I have to make today. I am not an economist. I'm not an academic, so I don't have data. I don't have a research paper to present to you. I'm not an architect or an engineer. There are plenty of those in the room, and you've heard from very qualified people so far today. What I am is a practitioner, and I've been working in this industry for many years, decades. In Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa in particular, 22 years. I am doggedly focused on finding solutions for sustainable housing in emerging markets everywhere, but on the African continent in particular. And I say sustainable housing because the whole question of what's affordable. Affordable to whom? I don't want to get into that conversation. I think what we want to talk about is sustainable in all the connotations of sustainable. Is it environmentally sustainable? Is it climate resilient? Is it economically sustainable for families and for all the participants in the housing ecosystem? Whatever housing program, housing delivery program we come up with has to work for all the participants in the value chain. And I think that's part of what is a frustration for me when I come to these conferences, because so many people have great ideas, interesting innovations, but somehow it's just not coming together in a way that allows us to deliver on our hopes, our needs. So there's a gentleman, the whole concept of housing ecosystem, housing value chain, it's been talked about quite a bit. There's a professor at Dartmouth College, his name is Ron Adner, and he's written a book called The Wide Lens. He makes the case that innovation cannot work. And I think what we're talking about in the space of housing is innovation. We're all trying to think about how do we meet these needs in today's environment, today's economy, our global geopolitical situation, financial situation, climate situation. How do we meet this tremendous need utilizing the tools and technologies that are available to us today that we didn't have 50 years ago? What we don't have today is money. Well, we'll talk about that in a little bit. There is money out there. I just think we have to be more creative in the way we attract that money to our business. So his point is that this value chain housing ecosystem is only as strong as the sum of the parts, right? If you have one link that cannot adapt to the innovation, to the environment, then you have a failed innovation. So we were talking about this in the context of housing developers, because developers normally are the ones who are responsible for managing all the relationships, all of the components to produce this ultimate product for families. So his point is that you need to raise all boats. You have to be sure that all of the partners in your value chain are with you on the same page. And I think that that's a challenge that we've all been trying to face. So one of the things I think we need to think about is flipping the concept of housing delivery. Most of what we talk about these days is a top-down model where we're saying, okay, we're going to create a manufacturing operation and we're going to give people housing. We're going to deliver hundreds of thousands of houses, 200 million families. I think the way to think about this is flip that triangle and put families, individuals at the top of that pyramid. Start there with families and communities, and then deliver to them what they need where they live. And I don't think that's an example. I can't point to any, well, I have one suggestion in the US that I can point to, and another one in the Philippines that I'll share with you. But by and large, when we talk about mass housing delivery, we're talking push down, push out to the market, instead of hear the market and build for the market, for the communities, in partnership with communities. So I want to share with you, if you'll bear with me, I'm going to read it. Okay. All right, sorry. I always think I talk loud enough, but I'll talk louder. So if you'll bear with me, I'm going to read some excerpts from an article on Maslow's theory of needs. I'm sure you've heard of it, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And there is actually a school of thought in architecture talking about Maslow's hierarchy as it relates to housing. So here's what they say. Here's a couple things. For an individual, a dwelling is the small chosen world of the person. This approach highlights that a living environment must be provided by direct connectivity and participation of its occupants in order to reflect their personal and individual needs. And I think that's why a lot of people will wait 10 years, 12 years to build their own home brick by brick, because they can do that. By failing to promote connectivity and participation in the production of a house, physiological needs, along with the need for safety and security, cannot be properly granted. It's important, therefore, that investigation into a person's mass housing preferences be undertaken in two important phases of homemaking, namely the design phase of the initial housing units and the future personalization of those housing units as they live there. So studies in the housing field have indicated that houses are built to accommodate different levels of expectations. It's pretty obvious. They suggest that residential spaces can be classified in three levels: shelter, house, and home. Unlike a house, a home is much more than a physical structure. Home is a symbol of lives spent within it, which means it is connotative of the deep structures of a social system and how these are reflected in the family's relationships to the domestic space it occupies. So what they go on to say is that this is counterintuitive. What they're saying is, by institutionalizing and professionalizing home building, home housing delivery, we're essentially breaking that important link of social connectivity between the home and the family, the thing that makes this a home. So maybe this is the reason that we have in Mexico and throughout African continent, Egypt also, massive projects of unoccupied houses. They're houses, and maybe they're nice houses, but nobody wants to live there because they can't make it a home. Okay, so I promised a couple of examples. In the United States, you may have heard of community development organizations. And these are socially oriented corporations or nonprofits that are specifically designed to coordinate with municipalities and communities in developing either new housing or rehabilitating housing in the communities where the residents already live. So it's, like I said, it's meeting them where they live. The problem with these community housing developments in the US, these groups have a very difficult time raising money. We don't have the same, I don't want to say, practice that you have in Africa, where families will put money, they will put money as they can into building their own home or helping a developer build a home for them. In the US, we don't have that, so there is no other source of funding other than what the government might provide or what they can raise from private foundations, for example. I'm wondering whether this community development model could work in African countries. Is there a way, as the gentleman mentioned earlier, Joe Max, is there a way that you can mobilize, match local money, individuals, family money that they're already using to build a house or save to build a house with maybe some diaspora capital and other private sector capital to create funding that is affordable that's not competing with the government treasury bonds for returns, which is what, you know, bank borrowing does, and in many cases pension funds also. In the housing industry, we're competing with the government for money. So can we find a way to mobilize the money that we have among us, among individuals, families, small businesses, and the diaspora, and do that through some trusted network for managing the properties, owning the properties, thinking of something like an Islamic finance type model where you have co-ownership, co-investment, and cash that's invested. Oh, this gentleman's waving his hand. Cash that's invested by the families themselves. And that can be done in community savings groups. It could be done by individual families. We know it's already happening. It's just a question of whether we can do this in a more formalized, standardized way that might ultimately attract larger sources of funding into the program. Okay. So this isn't going to be the kind of thing where you say, oh, you know, we delivered 500,000 units last year. This is the kind of thing where you're going to have small pockets of activity spread everywhere around the country. And it provides a foundation for capacity building, as was also mentioned earlier, among the contractor, builder, developer, construction skills arena. So I have an example of how that could work. In the Philippines, there's a company called Lupa. It's a tech-enabled platform. They purchase defaulted homes, defaulted properties, or pieces of land and existing developments at a steep discount, 40 to 60% discount. They go in and they renovate those houses, or they build new, very affordable housing on land plots that are already serviced. Flip those houses within 90 to 120 days, and then those homes are refinanced. They're financed with mortgages provided by the Philippines Pension Fund. Right now, I don't see a model for this working in any African country because that pension fund is huge. And it's been around for many decades, and it provides funding at very affordable rates. It is able to issue paper in the capital markets to achieve government rated paper, so they're able to achieve very low returns and cost of funding. What I want you to understand with this model is, though, that this company uses technology to look at pockets of residences in parts of the city that are accessible to all the social services required, that are of a reasonable size to accommodate a family, that can be renovated for, a few $1,000s, and then recycled to a new family at 30 to 40% below market. So it's an amazing model for delivering housing in multiple areas around the city. Well, then you say, well, okay, how are they going to do this from a construction perspective? They have, through an application and technology platform, hundreds of small contractors who are employed through the application, through the app. They're paid through the app. They do their construction progress reports through the app. Any designs, procurements, anything required happens through the app. And these contractors are trained by Lupa. As they move up the scale of skill levels, they take on bigger and bigger and bigger jobs. So they're building that construction capacity throughout the city. At the same time, on the other side, they have a pool of sales agents, representatives that are living in the neighborhoods where these homes are acquired and being being built. And some of them live in those homes, so they have the experience. Same thing. These are people who manage the relationships in the community, facilitate the process very one-on-one, and it's not expensive, and yet it creates tremendous capacity in the home building, home delivery system. And what they've been able to do with this is they've been able to pool these bundles of properties and finance them with debt and equity, and each investor receives a pool of real estate assets that provides a return in roughly 6 months by the time the house is, renovated, delivered, and the mortgage is closed. All right, so two things that make that model work are A, the technology platform, and the availability of data. Data. There's one thing that governments can do is help us collect data. And of course, the pension fund, an active pension fund that is clearly focused on supporting sustainable housing. Another trend internationally, and we've seen some of this already in different countries in Africa, is infill development and refurbishment of existing properties, so converting hotels to apartments or converting commercial spaces to apartments. Also infill rentals. So for sale has been the mantra for a long time, but I think more and more, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll see what the panel says, but I think more and more in the urban areas, we're shifting to more rental-focused development. To do that effectively, again, it should be done with small plots, very centrally located, maybe smaller units, but with good amenities. So in keeping with the whole Maslow's hierarchy, thinking about all the things that make a house a home. And can you provide those things even in an urban environment in a small apartment? Okay, so I'll just say, as far as the supply side is concerned, I agree with points that were made earlier, that areas where government and universities, technical colleges can definitely make a difference is to work on building local capacity and local supply chains. Is the importing construction expertise, large-scale EPC contracts, importing materials is not ultimately going to serve the economic value of a housing sector in the country, and it's going to continue to make it difficult to deliver affordable units. Okay, so looking on the demand side, moving on quickly here. I have my doubts about mortgages for Africa. I think this is one of the things that I've been talking about since I first came to Kenya 20 years ago. Securitization, and it just hasn't happened. And I have to wonder, is it because people don't really want mortgages? I mean, I know the interest rates are high. That's definitely a problem. But does an African family, are they like a US family willing to commit to 30 years of interest accumulation? And I don't think so. So it may ultimately get there, but I think today, the way the financial system works, we need to come up with alternative solutions, and a lot of that is being tried already. Rent to own, tenant purchase, installment sale, and that's where this Islamic finance model comes into play. However, I do think that there are ways that government can support that activity with credit enhancements. So on the demand side, in a number of countries, mortgage insurance has been very effective at allowing families to afford a home, to get into a new home with a relatively small upfront cost. It would be something that needs to be initiated by the government in the beginning because there won't be enough data in the market to support a private sector investment. A few years ago, I looked at a proposal from a company in South Africa that was working with an insurance agency in East Africa to provide insurance to banks that would allow them to lend up to 95% of the project cost to a developer. So where the developer would normally need to put in, say, 30% of project cost, which would be their money plus most likely the home buyer's money. In this case, the bank would advance the money, the insurance company takes the risk, the home buyers make their deposits, but they're held in escrow and they're not subject to potential loss if the builder fails. That deal never came through, but I still think it's a concept that has potential value here. One other point on the area of mortgages. We financed a couple of mortgage-backed securities from Panama. And in Panama, to support affordable mortgages, the government allows for a tax credit. It's a tax credit certificate. So when a mortgage lender originates a pool of loans at below market rates, they go to the tax authority, which issues a certificate which is equal to the differential between, its value is equal to the differential between the market interest rate and the subsidized interest rate. That tax certificate is then can be sold for cash to a company that needs, tax mitigation. That creates cash, which is then invested in an escrow account and used to match fund the payments from the home buyers to deliver market rate returns to investors. And that's what we did. We provided a guarantee of those mortgage-backed securities, which were based on that tax support system. So it provides some loss of tax revenue to the government, but there's no budget, direct cash outflow from the government to achieve lower interest costs for the home buyers. I'm going to stop there so we can have some conversation. I just want to say that think fresh, think new. I don't know that international models, which were launched 50 years ago, maybe longer, have any relevance today. This world is different. African countries are all different. So let's work together and come up with innovation, new ideas. Okay? All right, we're done.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. We appreciate you. You just sit as we invite other members of the panel to quickly join you. May I therefore invite the chairman, Housing Institutions Reform Tax Team Nigeria, Mr. Adedeji Adesimoye. You're welcome. Please, can you join us off here? We understand you have a busy day. Thank you. The chairman, City Code Mortgage Bank, Mr. Ebilate Makiruki. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Also with us here is the MD, Brooks Assets and Resources, Mr. Larry Shola Olumofe. Please put your hands together for him as he joins us. He's represented, but we know that this man is, from his presentation, was beautiful. The Executive Director, Lekki Worldwide Investment Limited, Mrs. Yemi Olusonya, is also joining us on this panel. Please put your hands together for her. And to help us moderate this panel is our board member, Managing Director, Lekki Worldwide Investments Limited, Mr. Nii Akinlusi. Please put your hands together for him. Our panel is set and we are ready to discuss. It's business, really, this session. Let's clap for them one more time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you've had a busy day all morning. We started yesterday with the presentations about land, about reforms. And now here we are talking about innovations, housing for the next 200 million. 200 million who? 200 million people in Nigeria, in Africa. When we say this, we were told yesterday by the statistician of the Federal Republic that Nigerian population is in excess of 200 and counting. And knowing that out of every 10 Africans, at least 7 out of every 10 is a Nigerian. I'll say that again. Out of every 10 Africans, 6 or 7 are Nigerians. Nigeria is a country with 2.6% population annual growth. We were also told yesterday, talking about data, that in 2050, we'll be the 3rd most populous country. So really, if you can fix housing problems in Nigeria, to a large extent, we'll have fixed housing problems in Africa. All right. So that will be like opening remarks, and I'm sure we have the privilege of having on this panel very experienced personalities here. I will quickly talk about each of them before we go into the interactive session. It was deliberate that when Deborah made her presentation, she had no slides. It was not an error. It was deliberate. So we can have a very interactive session. To my immediate right, we have Mr. Adeshemoye. He needs no introduction, former director with Central Bank. He was the architect of the Nigerian Housing Finance Program a couple of years ago. That battered NMRC and a lot of other laudable programs we have here. Mr. Adeshemoye, you are welcome to this. Also, we have, next to Mr. Adeshemoye, we have Mrs. Yemi Olusonya. She's a director in Lekki Worldwide Investment Limited. Lekki Worldwide Investment Limited is the private sector arm of Lagos State, and they are an investor in Alaro City. Lagos State, through Lekki Worldwide, owns 40%. She's also on the board of Alaro City, and I'm sure she'll be sharing experience with us on what has worked in Alaro, in Kenya, and other countries they have, and what they're adapting to Nigerian environment. To our right, we have Mrs. Lanre Akishola, represented by Mr. Wale. He's also a very experienced builder, developer. He'll be sharing his word of experience of what has happened outside this country and what is done locally here. Of Mr. Banjo, the chairman of the former MD of Infinity Trust Mortgage Bank. You are welcome. And of course, to my extreme left, we have from Jobo Max. Thank you. Now, for this session, as I said, it will be very interactive. I'll give open remarks, opportunity to each of the panelists based on what Deborah has shared with us. She shares from her wealth of experience. And I must say, Deborah was involved in housing finance, designing programs for developing countries in IFC for a long time. And she's here with us to share this experience. We'll still come back to her. So we'll have for the panelists open remarks about 1 minute based on what she has shared and based on their experience worldwide. And then we can take it off from there. So from this point, I hand over to Mr. Adeshemoye to start with. Thank you once again.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's a pleasure to be here again for the 19th AUHS, African International Housing Show. It's a pleasure to be here again. Thank you for the introduction you have given. I will just mention some of the points that Deborah made that we also have here, and the things we need to do is to move them forward. Now we have very good opportunity that the federal government have created in the fact that the federal government now has a will, political will, that has been actualized in being able to be supportive in the housing. The Kasina project and all the other ones that are going on in the state. So it is an opportunity for us to move beyond the housing supply, because over the time, we have always been addressing more of the supply side. Most of the people managing have been discussing more supply side. But for us to move forward, we need a demand-based supply. Just like the Japanese approach to the market for Toyota. They have to look at the size of your pocket to build vehicle. So we will continue to have this problem if we do not spend time to study the demand side. Challengingly, because the demand here, where we are not penetrating, is largely informal. And the economy is driven by over 65% informal. So the data may not be as available, but there's a way to enter into this. There is no one size fit all in the housing. We all have different model that has its own place, because Nigeria has from rural to international market and different varieties of income. When we have housing supply disconnect, we have a lot of big houses in the town that people cannot uptake. So first of all, we need to fix the system. Number two, we have uniform underwriting standard that should be deployed now. We have uniform underwriting standard that have been built for the system that we need to adopt from those supplies that we have now. We have underwriting standard for formal, informal, non-interest, and different 5 underwriting standard, including for diaspora. We are mortgage refinance company. We also have emerging mortgage guarantee company that we have already created on the ground to address the issue of insurance that you are talking about. So it's just to catalyze this, because while I was in the service, we have created framework for licensing all these institutions. So our supply side need to have a demand base. You cannot be supplying beyond the market. So I am thrilled about the young man who came up today and had 4 million house, 4 million constructed house. We need to start from there. We really need to engage, because the income of Nigerian, whether in the former civil service or in the informal sector, where you have a larger number of people, you need to study before you can supply. Let me pause here so that others can be able to have immediate intervention. Thanks.
So now I'll call on Mrs. Yemi Olusoya. As you said, you are an investor in Alaro City. Alaro City, it's a Lekki free zone on the way to Ekwe. 1,000 hectares of land, going to 2,000 hectares. They have houses there. She'll talk more about it. And she also share with us. She'll probably talk more on the supply side, what they have done in Kenya, in Taout City, and what they are doing in Nigeria to ensure that we reduce our housing deficit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everybody. One thing that stuck with me in the closing remark in the presentation is the fact that we need to be able to come up with African solution to solve our African problems. So that really stuck with me. So I'm excited to be here and to share with all of you and to learn also how we can come up with this our African solution. So Alaro City project is the flagship of urban development initiative in the Lekki Free Zone area. It is conceived, as was earlier said, on 2,000 hectares of land. So Alaro City project is a partnership between the Rendezvous Group and Lagos State government. Rendezvous is one of Africa's largest new city developer with over 12,000 hectares of development all over Africa. The flagship projects are in Kenya, as earlier mentioned, Ghana, Zambia, Nigeria, and of course the Democratic Republic of Congo. So these projects are scalable, adaptable, and the model is what is being replicated in the Lekki Free Zone in Lagos State. So there are basically 6 pillars or strategy that worked in Kenya's Tattoo City. Number one is to secure the land. Number two is to ensure infrastructure. Number three is effective zoning, a comprehensive master plan, efficient city management, and of course, continuous development. Also, the use of the Korean formwork technology, which is fast, efficient, and affordable. Those are some of the things that was done in Kenya and is being replicated here in the Lekki Free Zone. So this standard ensure sustainability, reliability, and long-term functionality. The project in Alaro City is the Universal Home. It's 288 units of homes, and it's already 95% sold. Phase 2, of course, is under construction. Technology transfer is also something that definitely contributes to the development, the sustainability and development of this industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Yemi Olusoya. We now have, we want you to weigh in on this. Wale, I know you represent Lanre Akinshola, who is unavoidably absent. She's the CEO of, you talk more about that. You're also the director of Brooks, so I think I'll yield the floor to you to talk more about that. And then also to weigh in terms of experience of Brooks in housing Nigerians, and of course, your own global experience. Please, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Wale Bangbelu. Brooks basically at this present time is trying to deliver 1,000 homes in Ekiti, trying to deliver 3,500 homes in Imota, and about 1,000 homes in Abuja. Now, we are really struggling, and one of the main key issues that we have actually intervention. And so when I say government intervention, you need off-takers. Even if you get off-takers and the government is providing incentive like the estate development loan, you still need off-takers that will present their data so that you can get the loan. Problem is that they don't have that level of trust that the buildings will be delivered or the government will provide that infrastructure to enable the developer to actually build. So, and I'm picking from Deborah's presentation. She mentioned, I could remember about 4 times you mentioned government intervention in providing transport and services, tax credit, and providing all sorts of incentive, which is key. Because, I mean, I'll give a typical example. I was seconded to Nigeria in 2009 to deliver the Lekki Toll Road. I was fortunate to manage high-tech in delivering that road. Within 6 years, the whole corridor changed when you have the infrastructure. The road expansion built, I think, probably about 5,000 homes. Just that expansion. The whole corridor was the fastest growing corridor in West Africa. And that's government intervention. If we didn't have that PPP agreement to expand the road, that place will not be as it is now. So it's very important that we get government intervention. We have off-takers, but off-takers are reluctant to provide details to enable us to access the loan. All those loans or the incentive that the government has provided to provide enabling environment for developers, it's very difficult to actually get them without buying from the off-takers. So you need them. So it's I'll just stop for here.
All right, thank you. We now go over to Mr. Ajao from City Code.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ajao Oluniyi. I'm the acting managing director of City Code Mortgage Bank, and I'm standing in for my former director on this exalted panel. So picking from the presentation from Deborah, I think one of the high point she mentioned was that there must be a goal alignment from everybody in the housing value chain, which I believe is very, very important. Because if there is no goal alignment, it may be that everybody is just pursuing different goal, and at the end of the day, will not be able to achieve what is actually before us. So everyone in the housing sector must understand this is what we want to do, and everybody on the same page according to his word. So if that is done, I believe everyone in the housing value chain will be able to work towards a common goal and be able to really face this challenge and then also put behind us. And coming back to the issue of government intervention, and I think she also made a remark and said that we must make every house a home. And like the last speaker said, we need government intervention in places where you need this infrastructure to actually make all the housing actually a home. A home. So that's very, very important government intervention. And another point she mentioned, which is in form of a government intervention, is this kind of tax credit in situation. I think central bank has had one program like that, but I'm not sure they actually push through with that program. I think they call it interest drawback, in such a way that if a mortgage bank can give a loan at a certain percentage, they will go back to CBN, and CBN will kind of match their fund bank for them. So I think we need to look at that too. And thank God, recently with government intervention, we know that MREF is coming on board, which when it was starting, we were thinking it's going to be double digits, but good enough as things are getting set. We've learned that MREF is coming at a single digit, which is really going to help in financing these 200 million. We believe it's going to go a long way, and we believe as they move on, most of these things we make the housing gap that we have in the country to really be bridged as we go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. We'll now hand over to Frank from Jobo Max Capital. Can I have the mic? Oh, Frank. Thank you. Jobo, just before Frank weighs in, let me make some comment. I think certain things have come out boldly based on Deborah's earlier presentation. One is she actually expressed her fears and concerns whether in Africa we are mortgage ready. She said that, she indicated that, and that's because if you take that and reconcile with what Wale said earlier, they have houses, right? And they can't get off-takers. Yet it's almost like somebody close to the sea, so much water, but not any to drink, not a cup to take from the water to drink. In other words, perhaps it's the design, perhaps it's the products. Yes, we have mortgages, we have from NHF, we have all of that. But perhaps, as we said, some of these off-takers, they cannot meet conventional mortgage requirements in terms of equity contribution, in terms of income level. And she actually indicated that perhaps we should be looking at rent-to-own. We know we have rent-to-own products. Mr. Ideji mentioned earlier about these standards. We have underwriting standards for non-interest as well, for rent-to-own. Maybe these are the areas where money should come in. And I'm happy, yesterday, the managing director of Federal Mortgage Bank talked about them having non-interest loan now available. Perhaps because some of these people cannot meet mortgage standards, commercial, conventional standards. Rent-to-own will be the way to go. Because some of them, they are informal sector, whether we like it or not, they are presently living somewhere. And they are paying what? Their rent monthly. From the mega money they make, they also pay their health bills their children fall in and they pay their legal money they earn as well. They also pay school fees. So which means there is income coming to them monthly. It may not be something that will meet the conventional mortgage standard. So maybe these are the areas where we need NHF, Federal Mortgage Bank, we have Family Loans Fund, and of course, MOFI to look into how can we bring these people outside the mortgage corridor, housing finance, into the space so that we can clear up the excess supply we have in these areas. Thank you. So please, over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I too, Deborah, have a little bit of concerns about the mortgage system here. But if we truly want to solve the affordability of housing in Africa, in my opinion, we have to talk about scale. It's a game of big scale. And the irony with that is the fact that we also have a huge demand for housing at the same time. So the scale is there. We just need to find a balance between both. And since yesterday, I listened to many interventions, and every single intervention had the right solution, the right ingredient to make housing work. But I think we need to start looking at housing as an engine. It's like a car. If one part doesn't work, the other part wouldn't work. And I will generally break down housing in 4 major parts. There's the supply, there's the developers, the constructors, the financing, which are the banks, and we have secondary markets to just make the whole engine circulate. So when we live in I think there's a professor that mentioned yesterday that there's only 4% of available land in Nigeria that's titled. That's another shocking statistic, because if you have all the money in the world to finance, you can't do mortgages because there's not available land. And vice versa, if you have land and we don't want to issue mortgages, it still wouldn't work. So we need to make the entire engine work, from supply of land to the mortgages, and also making sure that those people issuing mortgages are not stuck with that, because you can only afford so much mortgages. So the government also has to get involved to make sure, we call it securitization, to just make sure that that engine is recycled. And for me, it's a very simple problem. It's massive, but it's simple, but it has to be looked very holistically. Someone has to be in charge of making sure that each part of the engine is functioning. And with that way, I think in just a year, we can make tremendous progress by just moving things along in a full circle. So I do have that concern, but I think we should continue to advocate for the effectiveness of intervention and just trying to look at solutions all together, not just separately, because it's the whole.
Thank you for that intervention. Before we go back to Deborah, I want to also talk about the tax credit. Deborah mentioned it earlier on, and this has come up, tax credit. Yesterday, we had Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, Chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Act, and he shared with us some of the things. He said no VAT exemptions for real estate transactions. He also talked about on rent as well. And he also said that no duties for building materials, right? As part of the new tax reforms. He also talked about tax holidays and a lot of other things. But perhaps what we may need to look at, because as has been said, as Deborah mentioned earlier, when you're talking about the housing market, you have the supply side and you have the demand side. You must have targeted incentives or tools to the supply side. At the same time, you have for demand side. Now, infrastructural tax credit that has been used by federal government to deliver a lot of the roads successfully. The newly commissioned road by the Dangote refinery, it was Dangote's tax credit that used to build that. And we have been saying this, that look, perhaps it's time for us to look at what we call affordable housing tax credit. What do I mean? For those developers, because it is more profitable to develop high-income properties. You make more money per unit of sale than affordable houses. of sustainable houses, as Deborah mentioned earlier. So perhaps it is time for government to consider using tax credit, affordable housing tax credit. What do I mean? Which means developers that go into affordable housing will be given a tax credit so that they can use that to support the profitability they will lose from going into development of low-income houses. That's an area that can work. We have seen it being successfully deployed for road construction and delivery as well. These are things that we can look at, and it's something that will be innovative, in line with, and it's sustainable. If we do that, we'll be able to provide houses for the large number of public civil servants we have and low-income people who are in the informal sector. And that, of course, will also dovetail to securitization. Because when you use that sort of funds to create houses, then you can securitize on the capital market, and that becomes a sustainable pool of funding. So I think at this point, I will yield to Deborah. Maybe she wants to weigh in on some of these comments and engagement. Thank you.
Yes, I will say that in countries where the government provides tax incentives, tax relief, VAT tax relief for very clearly defined affordable housing projects, relief from support in permitting, obviously support in clearing land title. That makes a huge difference because the time is money in developing property. So time means things can go wrong. If it takes too long, things go wrong, you lose your market. It costs money for financing. So prices go up. So the more the government can help smooth the way and make the process where it can control those processes, I think that's definitely important.
All right.
The question is how much of that is driven by the state government, the municipal, or the national government. There needs to be, I think, some coordination. Maybe you have some examples of where that's working best in Nigeria.
Okay, yeah. Okay, fine. I think before we throw it open, I'll just take this intervention from Mr. Adeshemoye, then we can take questions from the floor or contributions.
Thank you very much. Yes, look, listening to my colleagues, I think we still place much emphasis on construction side, which is good, okay? But the demand side support is very critical for the uptake. The tax credit should not only be on the supply. Mortgage, if you are on mortgage, you should have tax relief. For the amount, we used to have that in those days when you look, if you are a tax officer can add relief that need to be given to people. If you are paying mortgage, it should qualify. That is done across Europe, even. Okay, so if you are on a mortgage, so if you want our people to be able to uptake and have the mortgage. Number two, with the large-scale construction the government is doing now, it should be backed with mortgage. We cannot be talking about title because the government has the title. Okay, so we are not talking about title with MREF, with NHF. We are not talking about title to underwrite this building. I mean, underwrite the mortgages. So we should underwrite with standard underwriting standard and put those mortgages in the market. So the money that we got will be able to reflect, that is sustainability, scalability, sustainability, securitization. Very, very important for us to drive the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before we throw it open, maybe at this point in time, it's also good for us about the guarantee company. Now, earlier on, Deborah, in your presentation, you talked about insurance and then financing mortgages up to 90-95%. This has been on the cards for a while now. We have the mortgage guarantee company, which was designed by Umban, Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, working in collaboration with NMRC and Central Bank. The idea is this: with a mortgage guarantee company, people of low income can get mortgages up to 90%, 95%, because getting equity to make as a deposit is an issue. We are aware that you have the RSA you can draw on. That is that's your pension fund. But nonetheless, we need this support. Maybe it is time we are calling on Central Bank at this point in time, working with NMRC and stakeholders to see how we can best this mortgage guarantee company. This will ease accessibility and affordability to a lot of Nigerians on the low income ladder. Thank you. At this point in time, we want to throw this open to the floor. We can take some questions or comments. There are 3 sections we have here. We can take a question each, from the left, from the middle, and the right. If there are questions, sir, okay, fine. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm also standing for MREEF. It's a new innovation in the market, and it's a huge fund that has been thrown into the market. But the conception of MREEF is to stimulate supply and demand. That's why mortgage is to be given as scale. That's the idea, to give mortgage as scale, and to give developers guarantees for their off-takers guarantees that will make it easier for them to get a loan to develop. And there are project manager also to manage them. That it's not that when you want to do 220 houses, that is when the max. They'll be ready in segments to make it affordable to the people. One of the major problems that we have in the housing community is land. Because land is not easily accessible. You know, when you say land, it's not just ordinary land. Ancestral lands are there, all those lands are there, but they are not commoditized. You have to commodity, that would be a commodity. Like the Alaro thing that they came from Kenya to latch on. A large amount of money, vast money, land was created. It was given some, at least some headline infrastructure. The title has been cleaned, and then it is easy for them to take off. If that can be created in every state at scale, we will not be talking. It will even go back to what you call urban reversal. People will start moving to rural areas to live instead of crowding in Abuja. Instead of crowding, it started here in Abuja when people were going to Nasarawa. A substantial number of people were coming from Nasarawa State to Abuja. It also happened Lagos. So if land is created at scale, deliberately by both government, state government, and local governments, local government has autonomy. This can be done at scale. And I'm sure in 2 years' time, when we're here, we'll be congratulating ourselves that yes, things have eased.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. We'll come back to you. Let's take Prof.
Thank you. Charles Nyangete is my name. For Mr. Kinlusi, the moderator, and Mr. Deshimoye, about 10 years ago, we had the informal sector underwriting standards. That was designed to make home ownership affordable and accessible. What's happened to that? Because the intention was, if you're earning your money weekly, your repayment would be weekly. If you're earning daily, your repayment will be daily. Technology allows us to do that. So if I have to pay 100 naira a day towards my mortgage, because that's what I can afford every day or every week, then that's what I pay. At the end of the 30 days or whatever cycle is collated and is transferred to my mortgage account. What happened to that? That's about a decade ago. We had the CBN approval. We had the underwriting standards for the regular sector. What's happening to that? It was just meant to be uniform, every bank using the same standard, so you had a fair basis of evaluation. What's happened to that? You know, we have also, at the time when I was leaving, we had a third underwriting standard for the non-interest income products. What's happened to those? So we have evolved these ways of making home ownership accessible and affordable, yet we're not using them. And we're going back and really speaking about the same thing over and over. You know, we have a global architecture of finance that is loaded against us, and I'll speak a bit when I have a chance on that. We're doing nothing about it. Rather, we are borrowing more in FX terms. So there's so much that needs to change from a practical point of view. It's not reinventing the wheel. This very moment, if we choose to change them, we can change them. This very moment, we have the instruments to deliver affordable home ownership from a buyer's point of view, from the informal sector business owner. We're not using them.
Okay. Thank
you. So let's just tell us what we need to do to make them we know.
Thank you very much, Prof. Maybe we'll quickly take.
Thank you for the response and the reaction. Prof. The challenge that we have in the country is when we change managers, they don't ask what solutions that we have on ground, and they keep bringing new solutions as if the people who were there before were dummies. Okay, we have solutions for practically almost all these challenges that we are discussing today. But the new set of managers that came into these institutions, whether at the central bank level or in the government, they refuse to connect with what was on the ground. So that is one of the issues that we have here, a disconnect with what is on the ground. One of our panelists made mention of mortgage interest drawdown. We designed perfect mortgage interest drawdown, but nobody is using it. Okay, so it is when the new set of people who are advising the government care to ask, what was your plan on how to scale, how to do all this and implement what is on ground? But when they come in with idea that we already have and have solutions, homegrown solutions that will solve our problem. So I think we just need to get back, reconnect with those managers that design those policies they are on ground to support. We've done that now, and we'll kickstart and we'll be moving the process forward. But we need to link up very well. To start the securitization, we started the NMRC. NMRC had made a good, but since you left, there had not been anyone coming to the market to securitize. So the new set of managers don't bother to know why did we set up this institution and this framework. It's a pity. Continuity, government is continuity, and that is what we need to do. Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. Adeshemoye. I think what he's talking about is housekeeping. Important to have housekeeping. Have seamless handshake, continuity. That is very key. We take that home and engage the relevant party. Sorry, before I take you, sir, anybody from that side of the hall? If there is none, I take 3 questions, but I'll just take 2 more. I'll take the gentleman in the blue cap. Okay, cap. Dr. Akil, please. And then I'll take, there's the other gentleman with the bow tie, right? No ladies, we want to be gender balanced. Sir, okay, we'll take you, sir, since I the other person, and then we can close because we have another session after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Emmanuel Akinwumi. My comments, or a combination of comments and questions, are directed to my friend Adeshemoye, who used to be on the public sector. He was the director in the CBN, and now you are with us in the private sector. I was also in the public sector before. I was the
head of audit and system of Federal Mortgage Finance, and I left that enterprise 28 years ago as head of audit and system. Up to today, nothing much has changed. I don't want to ask, find out what is the rocket science of making things impossible in Nigeria, including housing development. All these things are not, most of the nothing of Nigeria, they are just like low-hanging fruits in terms of solutions. We'll be talking here unless we find a way of making government play its role. How many government functionaries are here today? Where are they? The minister has left. No one from the, where are the people from the Ministry of Housing and all of that? Where is people from our FCT minister's office? People that are sitting on certificate of occupancy and all those things that can make life easy for Nigerians, they are sitting on it. Where are they? They are nowhere to be found. So when private sector continue to drive development in the country, the government sector must play its own role. Okay? We are talking of mortgage guarantee. Do you know that, I'm looking at you mentioned about mortgage guarantee scheme when you are making your presentation. What is mortgage guarantee scheme in Canada, for instance? It makes it very, very comfortable for banks to provide mortgage facilities for people who need them. Why? They just say that, you know what? If the recipient of those facilities don't pay, the mortgage insurance will kick in and it will make life easy for the lenders. Why is our Emefiele that used to be more interested in rice farm than maintaining financial stability? Why did it make it impossible for that mortgage guarantees that were being supported by African Development Bank and World Bank? Until he left office, that thing was covered up. Up to today, nothing is happening there. We must have a way of making sure there is harmonious integration of ideas of the private sector with the public sector in a conversation like this, and not at other levels, to make things work for Nigerians. There must also be building of financial infrastructure. Talking about infrastructure and development of a country, we are not talking about road and bridges and all of that. There must be financial infrastructure, those things that make life easy and make the system work. It must happen. And there must be capacity building to make affordable housing work. Without incentives, without infrastructure, financial infrastructures, without all of those things that are happening in some other smaller African countries, like in Rwanda, for instance, where land acquisition is seamless, where certificate of occupancy is seamless, where government structure and all of that to support private development, we will continue to talk and talk and talk.
Thank you very much, Akimi, for your intervention. Please, the man behind here. And then the last question or comment will be from the man in the bow tie. Thank you.
I want to.
Thank you.
The gentleman in the last, he talked about need for government intervention, and I think he talked mostly about infrastructure. We have governments, 3 levels of government: the judiciary, the legislature, and that executive. We have not been talking much about all these things. What is the legal implications of all these things? Without enabling laws, all we'll be talking will make things much harder. I know for sure, I happen to be a member with the Professor Mabugunje Technical Committee, 2001. We identified about 32 different types of laws and edicts to do with housing. We narrowed them to about 7, right? And we prepared them and sent to the National Assembly. One of them is the foreclosure law. Up to today, there's not even one law being passed. You are a developer. Somebody has a house. After defaulting in payment, you go to him, he takes you to court. A third person takes you to court. you spend your whole working period for one to other. But once you have a foreclosure law, definitely that person reduces and then he frees you. It gives more time to consult your work. We try to make sure that National Assembly passes that one up to 2 bank law. All these things are not in place. The Federal Mortgage Bank, through the National Ministry, have been trying up to today to pass even one of the 7 laws. We don't have a serious government make-sure housing. If you don't have the enabling laws in place, all this grammar will go to naught. And I think it's very important we look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that intervention. That comment from the floor.
Thanks to our panelists for your insightful speeches. We thank you for that. But mine is quite simple and straight. My name is Eku Emmanuel from Sentinel Holdings. We have a division that is into housing. We are 8 years in business. We flew in from Lagos because of this. This is actually our first experience. Now, my question and my concern is what, by the time we come for the 20th African International Housing Show, what will be the base mark for results? All this grammar we are speaking, they are quite nice, and we can talk about our problem from now till tomorrow. My concern is the organizers of this show. By the time we come for 20, what will be the benchmark for results? Now, we need to differentiate from that. And if we must do that, we must have a benchmark to assessing results. Now, the challenge us now is not to go into all of this. They are quite interesting, and we understand that. But then, how do we move from here? Talking about this show, this platform that have also secured the attention of federal government. They were AIHS there, they were giving all their speeches. In next 1 year, what shall we make of this? That's what I'm thinking. There should be a benchmark, there should be a design, there should be a framework for participants who might be interested in being part of this solution we are trying to enunciate here, to take action. That the next 1 year, we'll be saying that 19th edition, we're able to discuss this is a result, so that by the time I'll be coming back here next year, I should be proud that there is a way all of this in addition to other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's the last speaker, but let me just, not a reaction, I'll provide some information to you. As you said, this is your first time you are attending this program. I must say that, yes, we may not have been taking baby steps in the country, and I will explain. About 15 years ago, 12 years ago, there was no organization like Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company. It was at forums like this, engagement like this, here in Nigeria and outside, that UMBAN, Mortgage Banking Show of Nigeria, working with Central Bank and other stakeholders, came up with NMRC. And today, MMRC stand is there. Yes, in terms of refinancing, the volume may not be what we need, but the point is we are taking what? Baby steps, and we are moving the needle. It can be done much faster, I quite agree. That's number one. Number two, when we finish with all of these engagements, we usually have a communique, right? And we also have follow-up engagements with critical parties. All the things that are being said here is being noted. And we're going to have a communique, and of course, who are the parties, what do you expect, and there will be engagement follow-up after this. That is being done. And as I said, some of these things we have to do, we have to engage with what? Public sector. And we've also been told that, of course, we also have new people coming in at the end of affairs. Some of these affects continuity. All right? Quite your passion and happy concern. But really, yes, we can move faster, but really we are making gains. There may be baby steps, but there are certain steps being taken. For instance, we talk about MOFI. About 2-3 years ago, there was no MOFI funds. Now it's there's MOFI funds available now in the market, right? That is to complement what Federal Mortgage Bank is doing and NRC. So really, a lot of things are changing, but it can be done faster. I quite agree. Thank you. Now, because as I said, we'll probably take the closing from my panelists, and then in taking the closing remarks, they may also respond to some of the comments that are generated from the floor. We'll start from the extreme right, please. That's from Mr. Ajao. Yes. Let's start from.
Okay, thank you. I think in closing, I think one of the things that has played out, particularly the people that contributed from the floor, was that there is like disalignment in our goals. So, and I think it's one of the points we need to take note in our community, because from my director, former director from CBN, one of the things he said is that they have all these things in place, but the new managers that came never bother. And for some of us that have been around since yesterday or since morning also, from University of Lagos said there was one project they were doing in Ijorabadia. A new government came and terminated the project. So those are goal disalignment. So we need to align the goals of everyone in the housing value chain so that we can be able to achieve what we are driving at. And lastly, what I want to say is that like one of the things Deborah mentioned was that there is this building for people where they are and what they want. So I don't totally agree that we have so much deficiency of housing, because if we drive around this Abuja town, you will see a lot of houses that are empty. So which prove the point that we are not building what people want where they want it. So I think it's one of the things we need to look at, like my director from CBN has on that some of these things we need to look at the demand side of it. Because if the demand side is not effectively tackled, we'll not be able to address the housing problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Wally.
Thank you very much. I understand, yes, there are a lot of houses in Abuja that are empty. But what do you call affordable housing? It's house that's somewhere down there that you need to get to. And I understand, thank you very much for raising the point of infrastructure. And to you, sir, we only need roads. We provide water ourselves, we provide power ourselves. So government just give us roads. And I think the rest will work out itself. I mean, for example, look at the Lagos Coastal Road that has been built. I can assure you, you can't get a piece of land on that stretch all the way down to Eleko now. It also bought because the road is there. And I can assure you, in the next 3 years, you'll see houses along that line. If we can get the infrastructure to work, affordable housing will come through.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, in closing, I think what I would like to just add to it is that we need to condition. It's in having these conversations and having programs like this, that's where the solution can only come from. So we need to keep it alive. I mean, to address your concerns, it's in forums like this that we're able to discuss all of these issues. And that's the only time we can gather the solution together, the ideas, what everybody has contributed, and communicate in a forum to, push ahead to the people ahead of us. Thank you.
Mr. Adeshimo, I'm sure in your closing remarks, you're trying to address some of the stones, or is it rock?
Thank you very much. I'm sure we all know that I've left Central Bank for more than 4 years now. So it was or Federal Mortgage Bank, where I was on the board. Also, I will not be speaking to them. They have a stand here, and I think day number 3 or tomorrow will be Federal Mortgage Banks. Yes, we've been available to support the government, to connect the government back to the route to where we are. But I will join the moderator on the area that we have made also progress. Some years back, we never had BVN. CBN led this battle, and we have BVN. The NIN had bounced on it. We have improved. Now we have a national credit guarantee company. Hopefully, it will be addressing the issue of SME. Then we have foreclosure law that is still hanging somewhere that we need to push out to the National Assembly. So we have grant. I like to see a positive side of things, including MREF and all the other areas of intervention or new things that are in the market. We only need to have a place to coordinate, to link the old with the new, so that Nigeria can have the overall benefit. Overall benefit, because we have most of the initiatives on ground to solve our problem, Nigerian problem, designed solution that will move us forward. And some of these, the government need to link up and really have a seamless way of implementing together, including the new people. They need to link up so that we can be able to work together and implement and serve Nigeria better. Thank you very much.
So I'll go over to Frank for his closing remarks.
Thank you. As a closing remark, I'd like to address the concern of a colleague from Lagos there, talking about benchmarks for this event. And I think it's a brilliant idea. I think I'm the type to like to document, track, and see progress. But at the same time, you know, the housing show, and I'm not speaking for the housing show, but they can't bear the responsibility of applying all the great solutions that came from there. But I think you'll be taking it one step further to, I think we heard some guaranteed mortgages and all these solutions, to at least find a way to document them, publish it as a formal, I don't know, like note from this event, communicate it to the responsible individuals. I think yesterday there were some government officials there, and so I like that idea, and maybe that's something we can think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. Now we'll go back to Deborah. So for your closing remarks.
Well, let me say this. Nigeria, I know Nigerians think big. Every perhaps I've received from Nigeria was really big. May I suggest massive, small, massive, small. Most of the, in my experience, most of the real action in the housing sector happens at the local level, the community engagement with the municipality, or maybe with the state government. So why not go in that direction, work with state and municipal government solutions. And I promise you, you know, these conferences, we never have families up here. If we had a group of families sitting here, they would be asking, what's the problem? Here's what I want. You know, why can't you do this? They wouldn't be talking around in circles. They would be very specific about what they need. And I just want to reiterate, I think that engagement is what will focus all of us on solving the problem.
Thank you very much, Deborah. And I think what Deborah is saying is housing in particular is on the concurrent list, which means federal, states, and local governments can get involved. And anyway, housing is local, basically. So really they have a big responsibility. And on the back of the fact that recently, based on the new Supreme Court judgment, allowing local governments to hand big sums of money, they have the war chest to really intervene genuinely and effectively in housing. Because yes, when it comes to elections, banding about how many houses have been built, who are the homeowners, it's a call. That's what Deborah is saying. And really, it's something we can actually talk about more and get parties involved. We just had the election in some of the states for the new local government chairman, and they have a lot of money. So these are things people can be not only for providing shelter, for economic empowerment. When you build a house, you create more jobs, and when you create the economic growth. So really, it's as you say, it's a no-brainer, basically. So thank you for that. Now, for me, in closing remarks, a lot has been said here. Issue of continuity, issue of going back to all things. In Nigeria, we are so big on solutions. We are high up there on solutions, but we are very, very low on what? Implementation. We come about and try and reinvent what has been said before. It's time for us to dust our records, look at what has been said, how far have we implemented? Even if you implement only 1% of all these lofty ideas that have generated over the last 10 years, I'm sure we'll be a lot much better as a country and a place to live in. Thank you very much for active and participative.
Thank you.
Audience, and I'm sure it was very engaging. I hope we had a good time with your engagement. And for some of the areas that came up and you spoke your mind, and we have listened, and we'll engage those that will listen to us as well. Thank you. I think we'll bring this session to a close now. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for them. And photographer, please. Just they'll take the group photograph and then we'll go to the next session. While the group photograph is ongoing, please, can we take the photograph, please? Can we just stand on our feet? Let's stretch a little. Stand, stand. Stand. We've been sitting for hours now. Just move to 3 people and tell them you're especially if it's a woman you are shaking, tell the woman you are valuable to me. Tell 3 women you are valuable to me. Greet someone, make a new friend. Thank you. Thank you. We take our seat, ladies and gentlemen. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I recognize the presence of the former Minister of Environment. He is the Chairman Board of Directors, AIHS, Mr. Suleiman Zarma. Please, a round of applause for him. You're very much welcome, sir. Guests. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please let's take our seats, please. Thank you. Across the continent, housing has often been designed without fully considering the lived realities of women and marginalized communities. Yet women are not only the primary users of home spaces, they are also builders, planners, caretakers, and visionaries shaping the future of Africa. Can we settle down, please? The pleasantries is settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is a bold initiative to rethink how we design, build, and inhabit space. What happens when we center the needs of men in housing development? How does the built environment change when it is informed care, safety, accessibility, and inclusion? Ladies and gentlemen, join us as we explore innovative models, share real stories, and amplify the voices of who are imagining the African home brick by brick, policy by policy, dream by dream. This is not just about housing, It's about power, dignity, and a new blueprint for Africa. The next session will be She Builds Africa, Reimagining Housing through a Gendered Lens. Please, a round. They're about to take us on a ride. But before they come on board, ladies and gentlemen, there is an important personality in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, Managing Director and CEO of Land Properties PLC, a property development that was her life before. Currently, she is the MO of Transcorp Hotels PLC, the operator of iconic properties including the Transcorp Hilton, Abuja. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you put your hands together for this icon in our midst this afternoon, Mrs. Uzo Oshogwe, as she comes up to welcome the women. Welcome us and the women before they come out for their session. Please, a round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm seeing exactly. This is supposed to be She Builds. So I'm talking to a lot more women than we have here. I don't know which is better, this one or this one? This one. Okay. So my name is Uzo, and the only thing that is iconic here is the Transcorp Center, not me. And as introduced, I used to be the CEO of Afriland Properties, but that was in my old life. I'm the CEO of the Transcorp Hotel PLC. So I've been pulled up here to acknowledge my fellow women. And looking at, if you just listen to his shields, that's not just a statement. It's actually something deeper than that. Because everything women put their hands to is different. We build. When we talk about housing, in that same breath of women being involved, when we build, we think about family, we think about the community. So there's a whole lot of care that goes into it. And you will listen to the powerful going to hear and talk to you about housing. You know what is housing? Housing for us is more than bricks and mortar. It's about a home. A home that every citizen of Nigeria needs. A home is what is our right. It's not a luxury, it's not a handbag. A home is what gives us security, gives us shelter. It's all about health. It's also empowerment. Because when you go out to work, you want to go back home. So I don't call it a house, I call it home, because when women are involved, we build with love. We're empathetic about what we do. When we talk about a space, it's not just 5 centimeters by another 5 centimeters. It's love and care. Those are the dimensions that we put into it. I'm supposed to be here for just a few minutes to say, I welcome these women that have done things in the background, but we always make moves. We do profound things. Once in a while we come out and we speak, but most of the time we don't speak. We let what speaks. And whatever we do, there's sustainability to it. We build homes and we build community. So that's what you're going to hear my sisters come up here and speak to you about. So I welcome you. And I also, let me not forget, say thank you to the AIHS, Festus Adebayo and his team, to view within this 5,000 event center called the Transcorp Center. Village, take it for granted. So thank you very much and welcome again to the next. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, like I said earlier, She Builds Africa, Reimagining Housing Through a Gendered Lens is the next session. And this session will be featuring 5 virtual and live speakers from across Africa and Asia. Women reshaping the built environment through policy, finance, innovation, and design. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Chi Akpoji, Chairperson, Shelter Africa Development Bank. Of course, she will be joining us virtually. All right, the moderator for this session is Olajumoke Akinwumi, co-founder and CEO of Capital Founder Build Her NG. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you. Thank you. Who's going to help us get more women into this space? Okay, we do need to have this place a little bit. There's a lot that we're going to talk about, so then for a couple of hours. Well, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, my sister Uzo, for your brief but very insightful remarks. It's the women's session, and this is a time when we're going to talk. You know, we talk frank talk. We're going to be honest with ourselves. We're going to learn, and hopefully we'll laugh as well. And thank you, sit to listen, because we know that it really does to make anything work. Today, our panelists for the first session present a dynamic cross-section of expertise. They're policy architects, shapes of engagement. They're urban designers who envision inclusive cities, finances, who are unlocking paths to access, to pride, and to affordability. Together, we will explore some practical ways to embed gender equity into policy reforms, into design inclusive urban spaces, and into developing innovative financing models. All we want open more doors, women. That's the focus. So I'm hoping that by the time we're done, we will not just be inspired, that we're going to actually agree a few actionable ideas, and we're going to commit to that at the recognize Africa's future does not depend on one sex, it actually depends on us, and that we're going to make this sector work for everyone. So welcome again, and let's begin. Our first panelist is passionate about creating more equitable world and is an advocate of improving livelihoods. She has a success career at the World Bank, and I'm waiting for her profile to come up. In public service in Nigeria, she supported the Minister of Finance and the then coordinating Minister of the Economy to deliver some really successful policy reforms. Actually, that includes the institutionalization and establishment of the NMRC. She's the chief executive of Alpha Cities Africa and the Ultra Africa Bank. Please welcome with me Chi, who is joining actually from Washington, D.C. assuming she's online. Oh, thank you. Our next panel, trained as an architect and urban planner. She spent the past decade and more designing not only building, but all policy frameworks and supply chain mechanisms that are essential for creating sustainable, inclusive cities. Her work began in New York and later spread across Africa's Great Lakes region. So that's Rwanda, Burundi, and DRC. She's in with what we have rather than what we wish for. She leads projects in green and sustainable urbanization. Please welcome Fati Diaye, who is joining us also virtually from Kigali. Please the script that I provided. Thank you. Our next speaker leads affordable housing initiatives in Indonesia, the Maldives, Mongolia, Cambodia, and the Philippines. She's been delivering and developing interventions that unblock the delivery and financing of affordable, resilient housing settlements. And so she's been addressing supply challenges. Today, she's at the WINC, where she's a senior housing specialist. And her work concentrates on strengthening the housing markets and programs. Please welcome with me Dao Harrison, also joining virtually from Cambodia. Our women are all over the place. Except things. On this loan, thankfully. So list is a commercially minded the joint founder of a women's network, which I belong to, by the way, whose vision is to increase women's as investors and invest in angel investing. This platform to promote education and cross-border investments among women investing in women. She's a powerhouse of ideas, a teacher, an expert in residence, and a passionate supporter of financial and digital technology education. Please welcome with me, Miss Yemi Kerry. Thank you. And finally, last but not least, certainly, Hong Kong is the most expensive housing market in the world. With a land size that is barely 1/3 of Lagos State, it has long required some serious high-impact housing solutions, but they've been successful at it. And due to this next person I'll be calling. She used to be the deputy director at the Hong Kong housing shape one of the most complex public housing systems in the world. The development of public housing supports nearly half of Hong Kong's population. Please welcome with me Professor Ada. Yes, thank you. Before we start, quickly, let me remind you, if you have any questions, they need to be short. We have some Q&A cards which will be distributed. Please your questions and pass them to a couple of people wearing a Build Her t-shirt. You just give it to one of them and they'll send it to us. So thank you. Let's get started. And we're going to start with our virtual participants. Dr. Chi, the success of affordable housing programs on that discussion extensively today. What would African governments need to do to fund affordable housing delivery mechanisms? This is from the perspective of government cannot fund housing alone, and there has to be a stimulation of private. Dr. Chi?
Yes, thank you, Architect Jumoke. Good morning. good afternoon, good evening to everyone from participating. Let me start by first recognizing Barrister Festus Adebayo and his team for once again organizing what is shaping up to be another successful Abuja Africa International Housing Show. Let me also thank our moderator, Architect Olajumoke Akinwumi, for putting together this very important session that looks at housing through and through. It's really important that we do this. I know there have been several conversations topics. Obviously, women constitute half of the world's population, and so we need to really look at addressing ways and means of addressing their housing needs. There are a number of statistics, data out there really outlining the major commitments in get housing. I spent through that because I know we have limited time available. Access to finance is a major barrier. Women's entry to the housing sector estimates are that globally there's a $1.7 trillion gap. $1.7 trillion gap between the amount of capital women want and the amount they get. And by closing that gap, we can add as much as $6 trillion to global GDP. Other, constraints involve supply and demand dynamics, macroeconomic instability, installation, limited market development, and of course, availability of adequate housing for women. Other factors are lack of collateral, land title. So, back to the question: what must governments do to tap into potential of women, address their housing needs, to unlock the sustainable economic, their contribution to sustainable economic development through policy, financing, enabling infrastructure? Number one, we can never overemphasize the importance of buying at the very top of political leadership. It's really, really important. Comprise up to 40% of the population in many emerging economies, not just Nigeria. It's really, really important. Government needs to embark Budgetary allocation to the sector needs to be relatively substantial to enable execution of social housing programs or subsidized housing to disadvantaged women's groups in the informal sector. Partnerships, strategic partnership with the organized private sector also PPP frameworks, as has been discussed in the previous sessions.
Yes.
For interventions in the housing development value chain, from the demand to the supply side. On the demand side, there is a need to create the enabling environment for the growth of primary and secondary mortgage market systems, strengthen finance institutions, encourage the setup of women's cooperatives, strengthen the growing fintech systems, and most importantly, link the creditworthiness of financial institutions to the integration of gender credit and loans operations.
Thank you, Dr. Chi. I mean, the last point you just made is absolutely valid. We talk about an informal sector. Recognize that there's such a huge that sector we haven't been dimensioned. They haven't been dimensioned in a manner that helps us to support them properly. We're going to come round to you again, so I just need to have the other views on a few things. Professor Fong.
Sorry, moderator, the audio is not, audio quality is really very here. I don't know if it's from my end. I don't know if the other virtual participants have that problem.
Well, I'll hear
yes,
from...
it is. Could you hear me well?
We can hear you very clearly, but I also think that the team at the back is also looking at their system to see if there's any challenge with them. Thank you. Professor, when I introduced you, I started by saying that you have managed in such a difficult environment to deliver housing for majority of Hong Kong through a government vehicle. Okay, so what levers did Hong Kong or did you apply to manage land access, which is a real challenge for you, to manage the program as well? And just with the little that you know about West Africa or about Nigeria particularly, what is the one thing that you would say we should look at doing to help us to move the needle a little bit?
Thanks, Shimoka, for the question. Hong Kong is quite unique in our sense, and has been doing a lot to help the lower income families gain access to affordable quality housing. First is the public rental housing in the year 1970. Government gave us a little bit of seed capital to build public rental housing. And the rent is governed by housing ordinance. The rent we charge is around 10% of the median, and we provide public rental housing to around 30% of the population in Hong Kong. Now the land was given free of charge, but you need to pay rent for that. And this is public rental housing. And with the people, they have some money in the pocket, so they can use it to spend on the commodities, consumption, retail, etc. And this will mean economic activity. So we make the money move around, and when they gather some capital in their pockets, we build subsidized sale flats. We call the home ownership for those income who has just exceeded the housing. And so we provide subsidized sale flats to around 16% of the population in Hong Kong. So how do for this type of housing, government will need us to pay something. So we pay 35% of the construction cost for these subsidized sale flats as the land formation cost for government. Government have to provide roads, drainage, water supply, etc. And then These flats were sold owners at around 70% of the market rent, market prices. Sometimes 65, sometimes 60%, depending on the house prices at that time. When they went to sell these later on, maybe they move out and they move to private properties, they can sell, then resell. And that is, if they can sell to the same income bracket, they just. But if they want to sell it at market price, then they can still do so, and they will pay the premium difference and sell it to private. So when flats are being sold to private sector, they become private flats as well. So it's a kind of housing ladder that we built, from the basic public rental housing to subsidized sale flats to private properties. And this government and housing authority work together to make it work, and of course the people also make it work. And for interest sake, in the 1980s, when we first have these subsidized home ownership schemes of 105% mortgage. Reason, not only the house price, because we give them the mortgage guarantee, and we have guarantee. And what are the plans? Is for their home furnishing, decoration. So you can see everybody chips in to make things work together. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm assuming that, and I mean, this is a situation where the end game is clear, and so all the parties kind of work together to make sure that we get there. Who's going to want to leave, you know, a cycle like that? Yeah. Thank you very much. Quick now to Fatu. Fatu, I'm going to quote something that you said. You said buildings and they are the sum total of policies, supply chains, and economic logic. So speak to us about how and what models have emerged for co-creating with women, so that they're not just beneficiaries, but as decision makers in the planning and the operations of this home. And what will it mean if we were to adopt something in Nigeria?
So, good morning, good evening to everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to participate. I think there's a slight lag, but I'm hoping you can still hear me. So there are many examples all over the global south. So in Africa, I can think of examples that are in Namibia, small examples here, big examples in some in India, about cooperative housing structures that bring women together to be able to, in an organized fashion, intervene into housing delivery. I think what becomes really interesting is looking at why those models actually work. And in my opinion and experience, I think it's because they are closely aligned to the housing delivery chain. So every city has a housing market multiple different housing value chains. And so by organizing women to intervene formally in areas of the housing value chain where frankly they're already present, but they're largely being ignored, is really why the success of the collaborative, collective model actually start to work for women to be able to housing specifically on the delivery side. Now, you ask how we can possibly adapt this to Nigeria. I think the first thing is recognizing that when we're talking about a whole nother scale. By the end of the century, there will be some of the biggest cities in the world, or the biggest cities in the world will be in Nigeria. So really, if we still use the thinking of the housing value to 7 steps, right? You know, you go from your land to your infrastructure to regulations that govern then your design, maintenance. So those seven links in the value chain. If we can start to formalize women's participation in different elements of value chain at the planning stage, at the finance stage, also in the land acquisition stage, to integrate that into normal frameworks and systems, Not only does it increase women's lobbying power, to then conversations with local authorities, with national authorities, with other groups in the private sector, but it really needs kind of institutional support to be able to housing possible for women, while acknowledging that the construction sector is conservative. So instead of waiting for the construction sector to win, we continue to organize and formalize the way that women already intervene in the housing value chain. Get that recognized, and I think that would be a successful way for us to start Nigerian housing markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatu. What you just said now sounds like such a simple thing to do. Into 7 seasons cycle of delivery, and you find the role that women already play, but are largely unrecognized in those 7 steps. I think it's some work for us to do here. Thank you. I'm coming back to you, Yemi. When I asked Yemi to join the panel, I said to myself, this is the one outsider. So we're going to start with Yemi, the investor. I don't have for this, but actually very little funding, I am sure, goes to women in our sector. So what would you say to an early stage women-led startup that's operates area that impacts housing, whether it's access to housing, land rights, infrastructure? What must she do to get the attention of early stage funders?
Thank you, Jimoke, and good afternoon, everyone. Outside my ecosystem, yeah, thanks for inviting me. So if I put on investors, right? One of the unfortunate things is that the patterns of investing follows familiarity. So I will invest in something that I'm familiar with or whom I'm with, right? And this enables me to sort of de-risk of my investment. So if you look at that alone and you say that's structure, right? Or a woman in housing, she is already in a male-dominated environment where investment is fully dominant, right? So whether it's 2%, only 2% of funding on according to McKinsey statistics, only 2% of global funding comes to women. So first of all, comes to women, and then therefore in that understood. Now, if you come to housing or if you come to construction, moving the tide as a woman housing and looking for funds, because those that are going to make the decisions are looking for something that is familiar to investing. That puts you that's somehow disadvantaged position. Therefore, as a woman in housing or this industry, you have to work twice as hard, right? To attract investments for early stage. Twice as hard means that you must understand your value proposition. You always should come from a standpoint of whether pitching in a way that talks to regulatory shifts or that you anchor efficiencies. Investors like those kind of, market things. And also, you must also know that you're having a major problem. And that lens in which you would attract, right? The second thing I would say is that for able to attract, it is not only about your pitch deck. It must also show some level of traction of value other than your pitch deck or what you're showing. And one of the things I say is that leverage your network. So strategic alliances, strategic partnerships. you need to project that. So I know the local government, and I know the other in you know, the land mini or some sort of cooperative. It shows added value as a farm. So it's not only about what you want to do, you want to support that, you have all of this networks. The third thing I would say is, you say, help me get the women. It is always the same story. We have to come. We have to always try and grab them and say, speak, right? For a woman who is a founder in this industry, she must be able to come the truth of an investor by whether she's speaking at events, whether she's going to the urban development summits, whether she's advocating for financial instruments that for housing. You must continue to speak so that you're seen, so that they know that it is not only that you're trying to that you have the track, you have a. So those are the three things I would say I would best a woman in the industry.
I think that's exceptional. And in the room, a lot of us, we know our craft, but that's really where we put it to. One day, we put that craft into a pretty looking document. Then so participation in the sector, becoming known as a problem solver, connects. And she's talking, and I'm looking. Many of us are guilty of not making, and even when we make, we don't keep the connections. So that's an important ingredient. Think investors who large understand our sector. We have to know that. Thank you, Yemi. So I'm coming back to you, Dr. Chi. What you just said. I want to draw on your Pan-African view on women's participation. So tell folks have worked to ensure that women-led enterprises across the value chain, e.g., whether it's manufacturing, tech, or services, as to those run or managed by men.
Okay, thank you once again, Architect Jumoke, and frameworks. There are quite a number of them available out there. You know, investment frameworks really supporting interventions in construction. You know, leading to manufacturing and the supply dynamics of the housing value chain. I think the issue is that, you know, there's no mechanism for really analyzing on guard, you know, of women within this what they're doing, and be able to of the contribution, the intervention within the construction sector. One of these frameworks, I'm sure you're aware of, Architect Jumoke, is AFAWA. That is the Africa, is by the African Development Bank. Let me get the full acronym right. AFAWA is Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa. AFAWA leverages financial instruments and has two innovative solutions to support women. One is a $300 million sharing to unlock $3 billion in credit for women. One a TA component which provides advisory services to financial institutions. AFAWA also engages enabling create. Another key stakeholder to support legal reforms and strike down the stress in women in the construction, in the business, and specifically in the construction sector. In 2020, in Nigeria, made $0.5 million in allocated IDF managers. The first of its kind private equity experience female, from last year, for example, AFAWA partnered with AFDB, African Guarantee Fund, to finance a program making availing small and medium scale enterprises through financial institutions. And Shelter Africa obviously also has its own investment framework. Gender is obviously a strategic, one of 4 thematic for Shelter is really in a lot of intervention, supporting women within the construction sector across Africa. There are several examples to mention here. There's also collaborating in other development banks, African development, really undertake training programs like the one held in conjunction in Ghana, in conjunction with the Ghana Green Building Council, construction industry with the knowledge of bridges that will ensure optimum operational cost savings. There are country works. Back to Ghana again. Which is a micro and a soft lending window for women. I would also like to mention a report by the IFC and CAHF, that's the Center for Finance, called Her Home Too. I'm sure many of you have heard of that report. Focus, the sequel to the well-acclaimed report that was done about 3 years ago, I believe, called Her Home. This lists a number of such frameworks as linked products, which can overcome women's housing microfinance coupled with construction technical assistance, and access bond allows women to pay ahead of schedule and then draw down what they need to shift the mortgage loan facility from There's a SAWIC. SAWIC is South African Women in Construction, focusing on empowering women in the construction sector in Gauteng, South Africa, and provides resources for women for career development. Again, the issue and one of to do that we need to look is how we begin to gather the data around this intervention, because there are there, and really assess and evaluate the way which is significant and substantial of women's intervention in the construction sector in Nigeria and across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I hear you say is there are a number of interventions. I'm surprised that I think you might have mentioned Ghana at least 5 times. I didn't hear enough of Nigeria, but the outcomes would be exceptional. Take you just said on board, and I'm going to speak to you again as to how, whatever fund it is that we need to do that exercise of assessing impact. I can see what you just said also with comment about formalizing women through the value chain and seeing that, because access to all these types of opportunities would happen more efficiently when women are in formalized groups. Fatu, both Yemi and Dr. Chi touched on supporting women to ensure let's a little bit about today's urban landscape. So in the consulting work that you do, how have you ensured that actually reflects the realities of women, particularly in cities? And is there a different way for less urban areas and informal settlements across Africa?
So thank you for the question. I think when we talk about urban design and consulting, we have to start. And I work on guide what should happen in cities, zoning regulations that are level interventions, and design guidelines for residential buildings or commercial buildings and what have you. But at each scale, what we're seeing as the baseline is that the realities of does not any of those at any one of the scales. And data is missing. One of the benefits I run this access data on women, and see that 99 women engaged in own use production work. So they're doing work in the household to support their own household. At the same time, 9 women are actually active, very active in the informal, formal. And so what happens is that this burden, dual kind of labor that women do is not recognized in any of the codes that I mentioned before. And so that really means that we have to go beyond just formal data and find other ways to do data collection and to be able to capture these stories and lived experiences of the African household, and then the African woman at the center of that household. Now, an informal even to the need, because the programs that we need to support those women, and we're talking about multifunctional spaces, we need spaces for security, spaces that allow proximity so women can do whatever they need to do without having to rely on a transportation system that might not service their needs. We have to a series of participatory diagnostics, really centering mapping space, water, access to markets, their access to childcare, transport, things that people are very, very familiar with. But we have to start to figure out, and the work that I do to integrate into those codes, so that we can only not resolve or address the issue in one place, but that we can have a larger, more systemic approach to this inequality that we're seeing. And I think there's really a great opportunity where we're talking about climate change, and especially in informal settlements, because women, let's speak, especially in households, obviously, they're for mindset change. At the same time, they're also the ones currently innovating to be able to respond creatively to the core face. You know, I've seen so systems, fuel alternatives, cooperative savings, all those things are done through women in these informal settlements, and they're the gate pushers. So really, we need to, and what we've done is to stop saying that we will be designing with women as one of the vulnerable groups. So it's usually women, children, persons with disabilities are special, but rather say women are actually our co-creators in designing these spaces. They're no longer a vulnerable group. They're very active participants. And I think the climate change discourse is an incredible opportunity, especially because as we start to come in with new all different kinds of ways to adapt nature neighborhood, women have the opportunity to really own those discourses. And so I hope we really persevere and capture those voices to be able to amplify them and make their role even more concrete, visible, particularly in these unplanned settlements. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatu. The key point I take away from what you is it's funny. I've always wondered why, when the category of the vulnerable group always includes women, and I've often wondered why. But the point you're making is that women stage in the missions co-creation rather than creating for the so-called vulnerable group. Thank you for that. I want to let the technical team know that the screen here has gone off, so come put it on. While we're waiting for that to happen, Ada, what did data do for you? I mean, that's a real question. So can you speak to how your agency integrated all of that data, particularly gender data, in planning and delivering and even post-completion evaluation of the public housing portfolio?
Thanks for the question. Data is very important. What gets measured gets done. So after occupation, 1 year post-completion, we do a survey of our tenants for the public housing estates or the owners and find out whether the design and the provisions meet their needs. Starting from the year 2004, that's the year where we started. And we target the satisfaction rate to be around 70%. But then as the scores gets higher. And by the time I retire in 77, the score is around 95% satisfaction. And we not only gauge the current provisions, some insightful questions. When people change from the gas cooking to cooking by electricity, the cooking bench we provide will have to be adjusted. So for the subsequent or the future of our AIHS or we allow the cooking bench height to be adjusted. So this is how we allow these public from the women who do the cooking will let us know what is their real need from the home economics point of view. And we always safe, secure, healthy, and well-being living in our estates. The women are very important. Just like Fatou mentioned about security for women going home, we provided security gates at the main entrance. And for the transportation, we have the CCTVs. So people, including women, can travel safely back home with harassment. So first point. And next, you may ask, how about those women in genuine need, for affected violence or domestic violence? What do we do? Do we have passionate housing or rehousing? But first of all, they need social workers to help them, and there are NGOs who can help them to give of support. So this is how we also help. So together we have built up a kind of safety net, women, but for those in need. So all the housing estates are designed and planned for inclusive living, for those who for people of different ages and different abilities to move around safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dao, I seem to have missed you out. So I'm going to ask you a question on finance first. And this has been since this conference started yesterday. Nigeria has a very large informal sector. We've talked a lot about that as well. King economies where there is a sizable informal sector as well. So what models have effect in de-risking women who work in the so-called informal jobs? Enablement, perhaps improve their eligibility and definitely access to housing finance. Oh, Dow isn't there. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to come back to you. I think it will be Yemi, because you haven't said a thing since the first time. Now I'm going to talk to Yemi, the tech guru. Tech and Contech. Where are women? Many men in the housing space, they remain users rather than editors or creators. How can we draw more female-led tech innovation in the housing and construction value chain? So earlier on, we talked about how can we finance? Never mind, where are and do they ever show up?
Where are the women?
I think that you know, women, when we're looking at technology and this industry, we're seeing that a lot of the women are playing in the space of maybe legal advocacy. They're playing in the space of looking at the coming in from the finance space in the construction. And so there are buildings, there's education that are sort of fintech loan, digitizing, documentations and ministries and things like that. I think we need to change for women into this sector, for them to be able to leverage on technology, for us to be able to see use the care sector as an example. We used to sort of look for where are the women in healthcare technology, and for the life of us, seeing women doing things about logistics, right? Logistics, taking the medications from here, everything. The pharmacists, the doctors, critical at how to solve for the elderly, right? And therefore came up with solutions that dealt with the core of the medicals, right? At the same time, technology was evolving, and as such, we're able to use technology and create. In the construction housing industry, the technology is evolving. But it has to be, if you say, where are the women? It has to be those women that are already in the construction and housing space, looking for those solutions to solve and leveraging on tech. That is innovations will come out. And that is when you will begin to see many women in technology solving problems. If we look at the intersection of how to innovate, intersection of housing on climate resilience, intersection on housing on we talked about urbanization, intersection of housing on urban safety, or migration, you will begin to see that you are looking for solving an innovative lens. And when you start to do that, you start to leverage on tech. So combat that. And then more importantly, we have to be intentional. Intentional in funding. Dr. Chi mentioned a lot about funding. Technology in itself is, if I must say so myself, to create, right? And so the question is, how do we as housing industry start to look for those because she was talking about AFAWA. AFAWA is Greek or things and therefore other industries, right? And so for this industry in particular, how do you then create that fund that will enable you support the women that want to innovate in protech or construction technology, and it has tension. And that pool of funds, she talked about how there was a collective effort in making sure that the solutions were solved, right? And so even with a lot of government here today, the government will not solve a lot of our problems. And the policies are all there. The policies are about 20 years ago, he had written something, and it's still relevant today. So the policies are there for us in Nigeria. But then how do we as the industry start to look for those pockets of money that will help the female gender, and it has to be I'll give you an example. We have Rising Tide is an angel network that I run, and we have a gender lens. We support women, early stage founders that are women that have a gender lens, whether or your product has a gender lens, right? It is deliberate. ABAN right now is looking at climate change, right? And so they have created net for climate change. So what we want to house construction in creating that value that could make sure that we propel all of these women founders grow.
Oh, may I chip in for a response about technology and women? It's my hobby horse. Actually, technology will help women. Imagine a man can run faster. They are more powerful, better strength. But with technology, with robotics, helps women as well. With technology, women can have a level playing field with men. Don't need to race so fast, but you can use technology to help women. But one important point is about education. So we're talking about education for women in terms of, we call it STEAM education. S for science, T for technology, E engineering, A for arts, and M for mathematics. So if they're given the same level playing field for learning, and as they mature and they learn the technology, they can excel as men. And then when they come to work in construction in particular, construction. So robotics, women can perform in the same way as men. So this is how I see it.
I absolutely agree with you on that. And I know that there's a lot of effort to get women on the STEM here. STEM. I think we removed the art. And the reason for that is the lessons that we took away from the computer age, where we didn't think it necessary to have as many women participate. Just on the fund from AFDB, Alithia, not a Greek, yes, was the first beneficiary actually of that fund. But then it's because we came with a compelling story. There's enough data to show that growth capital for women is almost absent. Yeah, and so that moved the needle for us. Because we are running a little bit out of time, I'm going to skip our last round of questions and just focus on something that I think is important, and I'm going to ask you to just respond as a one-liner, if you can. So I'm going to start with you, Yemi. What's your one-line advice to a woman who wants to build a housing tech company in Africa? You've given many. What's the one statement you will then say?
I would say that building or giving a solution that will fix a broken system that millions of people are using. Need for one after relevant. It will you.
Yeah. Thank you. That makes sense. Dr. Chi, if you had the ear of every African house day, actually you do, what one recommendation would you give them in the shortest sentence possible?
Repeat the question again.
Okay, so I said, if you had the ear of every African housing minister, I commented that you actually do. What would you ask them, just to exercise that properly? What one recommend you give to them? Say, you've got to do this so that be. Can you hear us?
I did not get that question at all. I've been texting the audio people to improve the audio. I don't know whether it's because of the distance. I'm here in Washington. It's really bad, you know. All I could hear was what is the one said, but I didn't get the first part of your question.
Okay, so I'll try. If you had the ear of every African housing minister today, what should them? Okay, Dr. Chi, I'll come back to you. Let me ask Professor Fong something.
Yeah. It's very frustrating, really. I can't, really.
Okay.
Or should I just
come back to Chi? Just give me a moment. I'll come back to you. Professor Fong, what is one negotiable policy every country should adopt to make cities work for women?
So I should give a very simple policy. No one shall be rendered homeless. Men and women alike.
Okay, back to you, Dr. Chi. I'm going to close with you. Can you let me know if you can hear me? All right, so let me go back to Fatu then. Fatu, you will have...
Okay, maybe I can hear you better now. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so the question that I asked is, if you had the ear of every African housing minister today, what one recommendation will you give them? Saying to them, you've got to do this so that this can happen.
Okay. The one recommendation I will give to them is that the more they integrate women and women's needs into their budgetary considerations, the better the outcomes of the economic and social. Can you hear me?
Yes, that makes absolute sense. So integrating women to achieve
the budgetary allocation, preparation and allocation process across board.
Yes, thank you so much. That's valid. Thank you very much. I think that deserves a round of applause. And finally, Fatu, what is the one thing that must change about how cities and homes are currently women in Africa?
So thank you. I hope you can hear me. On my end, it's a little garbled.
Yes.
But I think that's talking about home. So two different scales. What we need to do is to make sure that our working tools are able to reflect the fact that the world of work is changing around the world, and that we have the opportunity to think of cities with new patterns of work and transport that can benefit, again, these dual roles that women play in the design of housing. And I think we also have to make sure that our codes understand the economic role of housing that a woman manages, which means that most people aspire to own a house just for themselves. They aspire to own a house where their potential to there. And so we need to start recognizing that in design codes, and also city level, looking at the fact that incomes and work is drastically different. That was a very long sentence, sorry.
Yes, absolutely right. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's been, I think, an excellent session. I wish it could be longer, but I also know that we're running out of time. Okay, so there are a few questions, and I think we've passed. I didn't receive anything from anyone. So what happened to the question cards? It was to give them, was also to collect it. It's faster talking. Okay. All right, please, can we have Thank you. Are there any questions written out on cards, please? Can you hand them over to Oluyinka?
Right. Once again, I'm Charles Nyangete. I had the privilege of working with Dr. Chi for nearly 4 years. If you asked to, and that goes to any member of the panel, if you had to ask a man or had to advise a man, what would you tell a man to do? It doesn't matter his position when relating to women in the context of whether it's housing or whatever we want to talk about. What should a man do and what should a man not do in recognizing what women want?
Yemi, I'm going to pass the mic to you. In which context now? You said any context.
In the context of our discussion.
In the context of our discussion is to realize that there is a multifaceted way in which to look right. We've talked about Madame was giving the intro. She not only house, and we're looking at it as a home, what we do inside, how it is a safe space, and all of those elements. If you live within the context, I would say you should understand the multiple ways that a woman sees a house, the extra weight on the shoulders woman has in an industry that is dominated by men. You must understand where she's coming from. When you look at, if I come to you for a facility, most likely you will tell me to go and get a collateral. You must also understand the generational issues that we have had in terms of our culture, that a woman really does not have a collateral that they would give you for financing. And so when you're looking at her to give her financing, you should be able to understand that I must more her. It is in context. What are the things that make us different in terms of gender and in terms of opportunity? Gender in terms of a cultural, a man is the head of the home. That is what we are taught, right? And so right now there's affirmative movement and all of those. But how those are the kind of lenses you need to try and understand of a woman that is in an industry that is predominantly men, in a culture that has set the man above the woman. In their talks about inequality. Why are we talking equality? So we are talking about all these things because we want men to try and understand where we're coming from. And so in a nutshell, not
All right, well, thank you for that, Prof. Since that question is and yes, I appreciate that. We got a couple of questions, and I'm sorry, any questions beyond here we will take later on just because of time. Women do not feel motivated enough. How do we change this? Very valid. And then Frank from Jobbermax said, how to empower more women in engineering and construction. Okay, so I will both of them quickly. Women need to see, and the reason why we're having this session here today. That exposure, and women who have been there and done that and got the badges for it need to speak up a little bit more and let their authentic six the midst of younger. That's the first thing. The second reason is the reason why we have built her. The reason we've created this platform, which is looking at young girls from university. I went to school architect. In my class, there was an almost equal number of male and female. Today, I am told that sometimes you get only 25% or less of women going through engineering and architecture. Why? What's going on? And then many of them, by the time they're in their third year, they've determined that architecture is not for them. What's going on? And so it's things like that, but it's also for real estate, and to see it as a wealth growing opportunity. There's so many women excluded from that. So those are the things. And then, of course, to build a huge network of mentors and mentees. So thank you so much for I have thank our panelists. You've been exceptional. Dr. Chi, sitting out there in DC. Fatu, thank you so much for your time and your attention. And to the ladies, Yemi, the outsider, thank you very much for your participation. Very engaging session. You Edward, thank you so much. Let's continue talking. Women, go and join Build Her NG. From thank you very much.
Let's continue talking. The conversation does not stop here. Ladies and gentlemen, you can make it louder for this evening. Put your hands together for them.
Thank you. Where are our gift bags? No, yes, for the two speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You need to come up, please. Yes. Where is Madame's bag as well?
Before break ourselves.
Yeah, can we have Dr. Chi? Can she be shown on the screen? And Fatu, if they're still there. Dr. Chi and Fatu, we're going to mail this to you somehow. Thank you very, very much. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you also to Professor Yangete. Thank you, Prof. Good to see you.
So how many people are remaining here? This session,
Please, let's appreciate loss. Thank you. Very interesting session. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much. If those if plascon, paints, and coatings, if you are there, can you just come so that you can make your presentations now? Plascon, paints, and coatings. Are you ready? Let's have you, please, quickly. Let's have you for your presentation. Please put together for them as they come up. Plascon, paints, and coatings. Thank you very much, ma'am, for a very wonderful session. After this session, I wish I was a woman. I'm a he for she, though. Thank you. Please clap for them again. I'll do that quickly. While they are getting ready, can we have Plascom, are you ready? Mercy Homes and Beckley Group. Mercy Homes and Beckley Group, are you here? Mercy Homes.
I'm standing on existing protocol. My name is PCMN, Paint and Coatings Manufacturers. Sorry, I'm trying to catch my breath. I ran here actually. So I'm going to play a 1 minute video for us, and I'll try to relax within that minute. Video. Media. Okay. All right.
Welcome to PCMN, the most esteemed paints and coatings in area. PCMN proudly manufacture our world-class products, paints and coatings in Nigeria to meet and exceed global standards of quality and our AIHS manufacturing facility in Lagos. As the exclusive distributor of the world's largest coatings manufacturer, International Paint Protective and Marine Coatings, a business unit of AkzoNobel, we quickly became the preferred and trusted partner in the industry. In 2008, we evolved into Paints and Coatings Manufacturers Nigeria Limited, PCMN, marking the significant milestone of becoming a fully fledged in-country manufacturing company. Since then, we've continued to expand our product ranges and proudly wide variety of world-leading products and brands for the Nigerian marketplace. Nigeria with 100% commitment to and compliance with the Nigerian Content Development Act. PCMN is dedicated to Nigerian economic growth and outstanding. We have received a number of awards over the years from industry stakeholders.
Thank you, media team.
Of which
you can
is
pause it. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. I want to ask, I know we have a lot of professionals in the house, but I want to put a question to us today. Have you ever asked yourself where the paint that you use comes? Have you witnessed the technology of paint? I've taken time to read technical data sheet or safety sheet about some of the products that you apply. Today, I welcome you to the world of PCMN. We are a local manufacturing company in Nigeria. What distinguishes us? I just want to highlight on some of the things that distinguishes us. I'm sure a lot of you know a lot of brands in industry Nigeria, but PCMN, one of our manufacturing product, Kali. They are also the sole licensee of AkzoNobel for international paint in Nigeria. So when you hear international paint, it's a marine-based product, and we are the sole licensee in Nigeria. All our products, we have different categories of products ranging from premium range. We have premium, and we have a budget-friendly product that is ideal for developers. I know. These are some of our products. These ones are manufactured with a technology that has self-cleaning. If you use our Proma sheet, what particular Proma that has a self-cleaning technology. You apply a paint and it lasts years. I mean 7 years. We've shown you actually seen how it's produced, and our factory is located in Lagos. So and then comes dusty. Let's say the road in front of your house is not tarred, and it becomes dusty, and a little rain just rain. What happens? The paint has an ability to self-clean itself. So what you are left with, it comes out better than before. We also have our high classic range. High classic range offers products such as shine. We have satin, we have textured, and we also have gloss. They are quite budget friendly and they are very safe for use. And we have our final range, which is the standard range. We have the classic satin there, we have the matte, and we have we have wash screen. One of the things I want to also point out today, we have surface preparation treatment products. A lot of us, all we are is the coat and the colors that you want. But there are actually some walls that need some treatment before you actually put your top coat on. We have our bonding liquid where you have frayable plaster or you have flaking or chalking. The bonding sealant to a porous wall. We also have a universal undercoat. It can be used on plastered walls. It can be used on brick walls. We have our dam seal. This particular one is the joker. If you have houses in Lekki or in Banana Island, we are from Lagos, so permit me if I'm using references from Lagos, where they are facing the coastal region, you will know that alkalinity becomes an issue. And with this particular dam seal, what it does takes care of dampness inside your wall. It cures moisture. So if you are not careful, if you just put your top coat on it, you will still have it after a while. But this is a water-based paint, very friendly. It allows your wall to breathe. It doesn't trap the moisture inside, so you don't have water retention in your wall. Come out. But it must be applied directly on the substrate. Then we have the multi-seal. River capping fence, freestanding walls, where you have direct rain hitting on it. Any of this product can come on it as a pre-treatment, and then your top coat lasts longer. And women, I hope I've not confused you. I hope you will come to our stand. And in rounding up, we are running a draw. Where people who visit our stand will win cash prizes. 50,000. This is not cap. This is available right there in our pavilion. So visitors our stand. You don't even have to patronize us. Come, let's talk to you. Let's enlighten you. Let's talk to you about our product. Let's broaden your mind. Let's tell you that you have options. And by you also win. So why won't you take advantage of a win-win opportunity? You win, I win. I see you at our pavilion. Thank you very much. Up direct at the back here, the second stand, just facing this auditorium. I look forward to seeing everybody. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for her. Left. When you come there, we are going to paint your life. Please put your hands. Thank you. Please, CAP PLC, are you here? Put your hands together for them as they come. Organ Holdings, get ready after them, please. CAP, let's CAP PLC. Clap for her. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Chimso Moheri. I'm here for Chemical and Allied Products Limited, CAP PLC. Have our slide. Oh, okay. So let me start. While the slide comes up, I'll just introduce our company to you. Our company is already a well-known brand, but this is just a reminder on who we are. Chemical and Allied Products Limited, CAP is a paint manufacturer, one of manufacturing companies in Nigeria. Have been in the country for over 6 decades, producing and offering high quality painting to the nation. Under our cap, we have 4 brands, 4 top. Dulux unknown brand is under our cap. Next brand, we have Caplux, and we have the Hempel brand. CAP PLC, Chemical and Allied Products is our exceptional costs. Over the years, we've been able to offer our products and services and we've painting needs all over the years. Okay, our slide is up now. Chemical and Allied Products is a subsidiary of UAC PLC, and one of the main strong is that we have over 12,000. We produce up to 12,000 color options in all our brands to meet your needs. We have 100 shops in Nigeria, spread around all the states of the country. Have come today. You can always get our products in your location from our Dulux color centers and our Santex stores. We have a Dulux Trade brand, which is our ultra we have the paints, we have the Santex paint. All these paints are available to you, and when you visit our stores, you'll be treated with the highest level service. So this is our Santex store. Santex paint is a range product that both ability and high quality paints at the same time. So this is one of our key brands, and it's easy for you to get your products when you need them. Our Santex brand has the Santex Motion. We have the Santex Satin. We have gloss paints, and we have Santex Trade paints also. So the Caplux brand is basically our surface preparation brand. And we have our screeding filler. With our screeding filler, you no longer have to mix the three components of screed materials as people do now. So we have brought in a technology where you have a one where you just apply dye wall can be used internally and externally, and we can assure you that it will stand the test of time, no matter the size of your building, whether it's a high rise or a below. We also have our dam shield protection. Our dam shield protection is where water issues. We use this to protect the wall and prepare the surface properly before we apply our range of products, our Dulux or our Santex brand of products, so that the paints can last for a very long time. For our Dulux brand, yes, Dulux Trade does up to 15 years. We have our undercoats for if you want to change your house color from a darker shade to a lighter shade. We always advise that you apply undercoats to, make it easier for coverage. Then for alkaline resisting primer, especially for developers who don't have time to wait for the cement to cure, we advise that you use the alkaline resist primer so that you are sure that the paint is going to stand the test time. Houses you see mold growth, algae growth, and the likes. We have a biocidal wash, which would help you, kill the algae growth before you repaint your walls. So our Hempel brand is a range of products which delivers world
Conference etiquette to ensure
together, leading within group. So the general theme is about co-investing and ownership. But now we want to talk about it regarding housing, how we can come together to own real estate. And it's interesting that a few of the women seem to know what we can. This conversation is not just for this session. We want to use conversations around it. I mean, start replicate into the doing. We really need to start doing, because we've talked about every where you're getting women-centered, women-enabled, women access to these things. To talk about power, and we want to invest and only to close the wealth gap. Another man was telling me earlier today that when you talk about some women, putting money together, that's the correct way. Let me you are. I'll talk about closing the gap. I'll talk about building security. I also want to create, because have the shoulders that other women are going to and shape of real estate. Here, this was the and anchor. The likes. A lot of us might have it in our cupboards, but when I ask, do you have an investment? That we talk about it. The conversations will not end here. Beyond here. When we come next year, or when you made 365 days, you can attune station. Now to help of the panel is lack a finance part and a real fellowship can here's experience and the 20 side also collar support 2,000 women sustainable wealth. She has also helped more than 200 owners in Lagos and authored 50 money mistake. Inspire, overcome and future through community effort. My second is the immediate Jamila. Her family is MD M&E Kaiser Limited. She's also the ED Construction Kaiser Limited. MPF construction, sustain methods and project delivery. Director of M&E Kaiser and founder of a women real estate co-investment. Alumni, edge expert, and social development training in the let's use my last but not the least things. So I'm the list. Value Moji Lion. Moji Estate, a prominent real estate firm empowerment in areas. Both national chick doing real estate. Chick doing real to enhance ownership, accessibility, relieve housing. Mojisola has a BSc in asset management and a master planning. Zobon is recognized as please welcome my panel. Tell my okay, I'm an SS surveyor and valuer. I'm a fellow of the Institute of member of the Sub Chartered Surveyor and a member of and I would be leading this panel. I read a book. Out for the life. These topics since I got here, now the topic. I know a few of us might know it. It said starting with why. So for why? Because a lot of here are easy for you. You don't know what I'm going. I want to share. So for that I see that schools of the. I want us to take some of our conversations back with you to the women in your environment so that you can share with them. So my ask like what was eyes to and that story that story led you into co-investing.
Okay. Hexad as a co-founder of Hexad House, and Hexad is entity that was by 6 friends. We all met in the latest time that we met was 1992. That was 10 years. And I'll actually say maybe I was even the last person to join. All friends. These are my friends from secondary school, 11, just entered. And we were all, we had this affinity to each other. We graduated. We all went. One of them right here and just being has. So we went to the university and of us read professional and graduated. Everyone, what's up? And then we started with about people, and then we now thought about our composition. We had 3 architects, one, and we're thinking, how can we make this work outside of this group? How can we and they help this next one and we started a shared it for all of that, and then we now realize actually prime in real estate and people. There was some decided you girls are really serious because I think I have to put such and such amount down to prop you up, to start you up, a female as well. And we said, why not? We went fishing. We invited other women, 2 million, 3 million. Everyone had a piece of the was started. Fine question, or rather, the question was other we become more financial independent in Nigeria. Real estate sells. So if capital is there. So when we broke that jinx of getting the capital, because what we're able to get from the first invest, some very impute. So we talked to other women, brought the lot, and before you know it, the house was ready. That was what happened. And then of course we put it in the market and we sold, and then we decided to, continue that trend. Thank you.
Thank you. I know this passing of the mic is a bit of an Mr. Motoye, what is that I've been here about investing in the
It's a very good privilege to be here. The advice for 2020 is even on that small. You have 10,000, start with it. Don't wait for real estate. Neighbor. I found out I was telling a couple a while ago that have 1,000 and 1,000, and you say, oh, I want to save up or invest in the next few years for it. By the time three time that asset is waiting for you, and your 5 not enough. So start small, but think big. So don't leave your mind huge. You know, also be consistent when you are, you want to invest even any asset, even though you started, so be consistent in what you're doing. Number 3 is try join. Don't be with the move one and say, and just the house, my friend, and did this. No. Stand up in investing. I'm strong. Yes, as a younger person, you can be more aggressive in risk than as older. You will be more conservative. But you should also understand the risk. Calculate risk. Don't go about looking. So there's some funny investment that are out there that even to you, they sound, it's almost similar to gambling. So have that in mind. Plan. Plan. Time on the work. You can't say the whole year to yourself. Before you close, in August, it's 8 months. And I remember when financial plans is have them, go long term, short term, medium term, so that, and they make sure that they are smart, specific, they are measurable, they are, they are achievable, they are realistic, they are time lap, so that when you are going out of, your second, I can say, my this was not, and I think but that you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are really time. So women, we are very doing one across board in the field, maybe one if we are allowed. If not, let's take the sessions and we're done. So and I want to ask you, what would you said around investment as well?
So me, I'm a real estate professional. So, but I'm assuming you are asking anyone wants to stay in or stay educated. So I will advise that, do even invest in anything, you must, get adequate knowledge in that thing. So you must do a lot of research, and thankfully we our information is right there, right on our palms. Always do line, ask questions, also AI, ChatGPT, and above all these are nice, but I will emphasize that you work with professionals. So while you it's important that you engage the services of a real estate professional, and it's also important that you know the difference between a real estate marketer and a real estate professionals. So not everybody marketing on Instagram is a professional. A professional are asset surveyors and valuers. They are architects when it comes to drawing. So you this place of knowledge. Women struggle with savings, understanding what mutual funds or what even stocks is all about. But it's very important that as women, we are natural. We should also bring that into the to understand the money game can asset, because a woman's wealth, a woman is a without power, and I can't like we can go on and on and on and on and women must be able to make this. Women must be able to make decisions not from a place of fear or from a place of lack. It's from a place of money. you can work out of any situation because you know you can sort yourself out. Thank you. So women must earn money and they must build wealth through real estate.
Thank you very much. Women must own money and must build wealth. We do, but really isn't very friendly. So we really need to wrap. But I ask that as the ladies step down, if you have questions, we can ask them. We can get some information. But remember, is your university so much help you to build your knowledge and your strengths, and then your immediate there's a lot of gain in use to empower yourself. Thinking that second class when it comes to issues. So ladies, let us go out and make legacies. Thank you very much. Okay. Moji Afola has written 4 books on real estate investment.
Thank you very much for your attention at this session. How you know, I appreciate you, Miss. She didn't mention you on your 7th, 8th. They are the property in terms of co-ownership. Number 11. That's what they're doing now. They're 3rd, and that's the reason why I wanted all of us to hear the journey. Right? 11, number 3, and you're on Mojisola. Right. A group men who came together to say, you know what, we're going to change this story and we're going to empower ourselves. So it's not rocket science. We can all do it. Let's huddle and let's make things happen for ourselves. Thank you, Ape, for your time. Sustainability story. And I think we all have to bear in mind that whatever we do sustainable. Thank you.
I'm the principal of Habitat and Living Design Limited. Welcome to Green to Green. What are the major features of greenhouse?
If applause for our women. While they are taking their photographs, we quickly like to move to the next session. In this session, we are going to be doing a quick one. We'll be combining 2 sessions together. First, we'll be looking at implementing land reform from state. I don't know if we State Surveyor Olufemi Oyedele here. State Surveyor Collins Olushino Alabi. Reverend Dr. Gochukwu Chime. So we like them straight to the podium. We also have Mr. Luwashewa Yodele Olokporoku, Babatunde, Special Advisor to Lagos State Governor on AIHS and urban development. Dr. Shola, Commissioner Kwara State Minister of Housing and Urban Development. State Housing and Urban Development. Mr. Jagumolu Jamiu Akonde Omoni, Honorable Commissioner of State Minister of Housing, and Dr. Beatrice Igwe, Commissioner, Cross River State Ministry of Housing. So while we are expecting them, we also like to call, we also Nigeria's industrial policy, opportunity for investment in local manufacturing for affordable housing in Lekki Free Zone, Lekki Economic Zone. Presentation. There is no panel discussion here. Please, you permit me to invite Mr. Niyi to come up of that presentation while we wait for the. Also, we like Professor Charles Yangete, to take his seat. Mrs. Ifi Umaneke Ukeke, please also join us. If we have Mrs. Kemi Olomola Sijualde here, to join us. Read that. Green architect and EG specialist. Okay. So they are seated. We quickly have to call on Mr. Niyi Akinlusi to do his presentation just in about 5-10 minutes.
Yes, please, today friends. Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. This will be a short presentation. Earlier about reimagining housing. When you're talking about reimagining housing, you are really talking about local production of housing. Earlier, we said housing is local, land is local. That was why yesterday we talked more about land reforms than today, because land is local. A aspect of it is the issue of building girls. For as long as we cannot produce, we don't have affordable housing, because the more of the other materials we import now from Turkey, from Spain, we are creating jobs. Chinese, and for all, when we say we are creating jobs, for each house you build, you create 20 direct jobs. Please, 20 indirect jobs. Example, even if you are just to use a locksmith or a door, locksmith for the door, is an issue on its own. Creating that, you need to have people who are here locally. House, the foundation. To get cement, you have to get sand. These are different industries, and then you have to get masons. So, as I said, there are jobs to create. The only way to afford housing is to ensure we build and we produce. Now, when we talk about this, we are seeking how to we attract existing importers from China to Turkey to come and locate their build facilities in Nigeria. They want where there is power, there is everything. So as I said, when we talk about first spot, we must democratize production of houses and materials. We have a video. The video ready? Okay, fine. 1 more minute. This video will speak a lot about this so that we can take less of our time, and this is to be more engaging. We have a video that will talk more about what we are. I'm just trying the background to the presentation we are going to be having there, so that we can key into this. We talk about land reforms, we talk about producing this, and we talk about finance much earlier. Can we have the video now, please? While the video is being queued, the place we are talking about is what we call the best kept investment secrets in Nigeria. What do we mean by this? It's a place which is 16,500 hectares of land. This is the home for Dangote. Dangote is well-known flagship operator. Dangote comprises the refinery. Okay, fine. I think the video is, yeah, can we have the audio?
Lekki Worldwide Investment Limited is an investment portfolio that captures the creative business of Lagos State government in Ibejuleki and Epe axis of Lagos called the Lekki Free Zone.
Lekki Free Zone spans 16,500 hectares and it's very quadrant. You have the northeast quadrant of 5,000 hectares. You have the northwest quadrant, 4,500 hectares. You have the southwest quadrant, 3,000 hectares, and you have the southeast quadrant, 4,000 hectares. And under each of these quadrants, we have major players who are master developers who operate from there. In the southeast quadrant, we have the Dangote complex, which is well known. The flag area is into oil and gas, petrol. Under the refinery, also the fertilizer plant under Dangote. We have the Lagos Free Zone, which is managed by Tola. And we have quite a number of operators there as well. A lot of enterprises, manufacturing enterprises, and a lot of what are called international brands like Colgate, Kellogg's, and so on. While we have in the southwest quadrant, this Lekki Free, the JV between Lagos State represented by Lekki World, Khalil, China Africa, JV, and also a lot of companies operating from that quadrant. While you have west quadrant, there you have Alaro City. Alaro City is also a twin state represented by Lekki Worldwide. And we have a of John's operating. Have real estate, logistics, and a lot of other industries, more of light manufacturing. I must say that really, this video was conceived by the present president of many years. This vision came about to put Lagos for industrialization, and of course, to crops and advance economic growth significantly and consistently. I must also mention here that when centrally the present governor of Sargode, so he was also the commissioner for commerce there when this was batted, this vision came up. And over the years, there has been consistent execution of this vision, which is led to what we have now in terms of operation of the zone. And we have a lot of new investments coming in. As we speak, over $30 billion have been invested in that zone. County.
Structure support the deep sea port, the Lekki International Airport. We have the 780 road, Lagos Aba. To have the CAC pipeline structure available within the zone. So available to investors with exemption from levy. The zone is a one-stop shop. There's customs and there's immigration available at have 100% repatriation of their dividend and profits, and they also enjoy 100% ownership, foreign ownership of investments in the
strategy without a Nigerian strategy without a Lagos strategy. Lekki Free Zone of your strategy.
Nigeria is one of the biggest economies in Africa, and Lagos State is driving that success. That's why we're inviting you to come invest in the Lekki Free Zone.
Now, what we have done is just to show you a place where the Turkish investors, where those producers are Nigeria start production. If they start production here, they will employ Nigerians. They'll create jobs locally here. And then you can have building materials that are more affordable. Affordable housing means affordable land, affordable building materials, and affordable financing. And this exactly is what we are talking about. Size of space called Lekki Economic Zone for local context, which Victoria Island is 750 hectares of land. This place is 22 times Victoria. Eko Atlantic City is 1,000 hectares of land. This place is 16 times the whole of Eko Atlantic City. And for the foreign investors, for greater context, this place, you talk about Greater London, where you have Canary Wharf, where you have the airport. This place is 10% of the zone. Exactly what we are having there. We are going to have an airport there. We have a port that is working. That is why you can see the industrial development you have in that area. And of course, it's 20% of the whole of New York, 20% of the whole of Berlin as well. And for more context, if you visualize what is happening in Apapa, when you talk about Apapa Port, we are talking about maritime ecosystem, maritime businesses. That's exactly what will come here. All right? And you know what to talk about maritime. We are talking about shipping agents, shipping companies, a lot of things coming up, right? The same way. Now imagine taking the Apapa, aviation business, aviation ecosystem, airlines, companies, service companies, and all of that. Imagine you put the whole of Apapa beside what is of interaction, what in terms of the ecosystem opportunities you are going to have there. That exactly is why it's a place that can work with government to have, and even local investors. We can units of power. There is gas firing energy there, just like Dangote is working there. So that's why we are saying we need to find a place to do this, and we are working closely, even with the Minister of Housing, to see how we can attract private sector investors to come in and set up in this zone, and we can start production. We know we cannot satisfy all that Nigeria require, but we can set this. When we start with this at a pilot, we can spread it around the whole of the country so that we have different places where they are producing this. So that in terms of land, the reforms we have, in terms of finance, we have it, but in terms of production materials, for as long as we import 9% of building materials, we always have inflation, imported inflation. The housing will not be affordable. This is exactly what we are talking about here. This is all about the deep sea port. This port here can serve the whole of Nigerian imports. It is modern, it is deeper than what you have in Apapa. It can add automate, and it's already working. And you're having more investors coming in there to site up there. So that's why we said we need to start building and producing local materials in Nigeria. That's all. Thank you so much. We have a booth here for more information. We want to work with Nigerians who want to set up production facilities so that people can own their home. Thank you once again.
Professor Nubi, I saw you raising your hand. You want to make comment? Okay. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. You are welcome to another section. Since yesterday, we have been talking about affordable housing, about how to innovate, how to collaborate, and provide affordable housing in the country. At this, we are going to continue. But because we are combining two sections in one, we'll be having a unique way of presentation. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is V. Oyedele. I'm an essay based in Lagos. And I have here, what I will do is that I will allow everybody to introduce him or herself, starting from Professor Charles Nyangete. Professor, please, just a short introduction of yourself.
I think it's almost evening now. And good to have It's Charles Nyangete. I was the pioneer managing director of the Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company. And I've worked in 4 continents, and I understand the housing market. I've been a developer. I have developments in many countries, and I've also financed developments. My interest is in greening developments, and I'm going to speak on green finance. And really, I'm not going to so much talk about the things I know that you know. I'm simply going to say, if you're going to raise funding, there are things that you need to watch out for from a global perspective. So I'll use the clicker myself. Yeah. So I have what, 10 minutes? 10 minutes?
Before the presentation, sir,
Sorry?
I want everybody to introduce him or herself. So then you come back to the presentation. Okay, sorry, sir. The introduction.
So my name is Ifi Umunakwe Okeke. I'm the managing director of Lexon Capital Limited. I'm also moderating the green financing segment, which has been combined with the land reform segment. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Beatrice Igwe. I'm the Commissioner for Housing, Cross River State. I'm going to share with us what we have done in the land reform in my state.
Good evening, everyone. I am architect Mary Dasenebi. I'm Green Buildings Consultant, and I'll be speaking on affordable housing, greening affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. So, on this note, let me call Professor Charles Nyangete for his presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Right. I have maybe a second per slide. That's the setting out the sort of context, the need for transformation. The more important thing from my point of view is the mispricing of Africa's credit, because this is where every single person sitting in here affected. And then I'll look at climate finance in the last bit. Nature is absolutely the foundation. The full economy relies on nature, but we abuse nature so much. Nature contributes about 180 trillion dollars to the global economy. Nature sustains life, it sustains our economies, it sustains our well-being. About a quarter of the investments that should go to nature, or a quarter of the investment that destroy nature, should be going into 530 billion. That's 3 times the amount of nature finance goes into nature. 47% of people in economies like ours rely on nature, and yet nature is being destroyed. Nature itself can sequestrate 11 billion gigatons of CO2. About 50% resilience is nature-driven, and close to 80% of humanity relies on medicine from nature, and around 10 trillion of economic opportunity is provided by nature. Billion is supported by nature, and yet climate finance is inefficient, ineffective, and unfair. Only about 1/6 of what should be going into climate finance goes into it. Much of it goes into energy systems. Only 18% of total nature finance comes from the private sector. Is small. The people who protect nature, the guardians of nature, only get about 2% of the funding that goes into the global economy. These guys protect 80%. This is what tells you just how good nature is. 107 if we rate it currently 105 billion trillion GDP is much smaller than nature valuation. In terms of global risks, environment tops the risks. The top 5 risks from global terms are environmentally driven. The climate change non-action is the top risk. Large pollution is the second, and the fourth hazard environment, the natural. and look at the top 10, then you can add biodiversity decline and natural resource shortage. So 5 of the top 10 global risks are environmental related risks. To come from the social side of it, societal side, rise in inequalities, and the movement of people, young people, nations like ours. The third most critical risk from a global perspective is sinful, and we see the damage that can do to economy doesn't come in the top 10. The highest ranked economic risk is number 15, and that's global financial crisis. These are the negative investments. $7 trillion is invested in negative things that impact nature negatively. Only about $1 trillion is invested in positive outcomes. I'm going to skip a lot of things simply because there's no time to present, but this is the focus of my presentation. Every person who goes to the bank to borrow money is paying more than you ought to pay in interest. Just the way global financial architecture is structured. It's structured to create disincentives for investing in emerging markets. It's missing of our assets. So every time that whether it's a big infrastructure, is priced from the market point of view because we're paying more, and when you discount by a higher, you're getting a value. It uses outdated risk model bias assumptions in evaluating our projects. It creates real barriers to investing in climate, and it creates and credit agencies are damaging Africa's development. I'm going to skip all of this. I also talk about the commitments that Africa has made to climate issues, unconditional and conditional commitments. We also price things like the use of nature-based solutions to addressing the climate issue, as well as technology-based solutions. I'm going to skip all of these slides so that I can get to the point I want to make. So this is a cost to each country. Yesterday, Professor Chan put up this slide. Actually, let me go back once. For real estate development, green finance it just seems to be too slow. Yeah, thank you. No, just leave it, I'll control it. Please, just leave it. You're to go with. Okay. The system is messed up. Okay. I think it's back on now. Sorry. So I'm going to take much time. I want to just skip the slides because time you can. Control it for me. Move one forward. Keep going. Keep going. One more. So when you go out to borrow for greening a project, it should look like this. Next slide. Let me just pause here. How or real estate is the largest store of three times higher than the global economy at about 300 trillion US dollars. When you ask residential and commercial, you're about 300 trillion dollars plus. The debt securities, the equities market are in parity. Go on, next. Yesterday, Professor Van was presenting. These are the 5 principles of International Task Force on Housing. You want a place that is habitable, community, resource, and resilience. Next. She also talked about the life cycle. You don't at the end of life, they should read things. Keep going. I'm going to skip all of this. Keep going. Keep going. Carry on. Just pause for a moment. The green affordable housing market represents, or housing opportunity, or global investment opportunity, is 15.7 trillion to be made. Africa represents about 2 trillion of that, not about 1.1 trillion. The rest of Africa about 800 billion. Next. Keep going. One more slide that I want to talk about. Keep going. Oh, hold on for a second. Here are the investment opportunities that is looking for finance. I've livelihood investing to recognize the right project, make sure you green the project before invest. You're working trillions of dollars available for investing. And these are the instruments that you use in financing. Many people are familiar with Green Climate Fund, Resilient Bond, Africa Risk Capacity. Blended finance was spoken of yesterday. Carry on, please. Typical meeting and mining. Next slide. Keep skipping. I'm going just straight to one other point and then I'll end there. Keep going. Keep going. Mispricing, stop here. Mispricing is the most important and telling impact for every single person sitting in this room. Next slide, please. Come back one. Come back. Stop here. If you look at this slide, you would see Africa consistently lowest default risk in infrastructure investments. Over a period from 1983, this computations were done by Moody's. The next region, which is Middle East, is about twice the level of Africa, 2% default. Text is 5% default. Yet, Africa has the lower credit rating, which means our risks are made more to be, and so the returns are higher and the premium is higher, unnecessarily so. Come next slide. I'm only understanding why I'm angry with the financial system. Based report just shown you earlier on, we have the highest recovery rates. Structure. It runs counter to everything. When you speak to an office, when I'm doing a number of transactions in Central Africa, when I speak to an office maybe at US Exim Bank, they tell me how and point them to this Moody's work system. And they say, oh no, Charles, it cannot be so. I say, I'll send you a copy of it. So this is so important. One slide back up, please. Go back one slide. Back one more. Okay, down 2. Eastern Europe, for example, is 10 times higher default in Africa. Let's give you scenarios of what this means. Means the only project that are from Africa are the very best. That is unfair. It means if we were much financing hit default rate, 10 more projects will be financed from our continent. So when you sit and you think, oh, I submitted a proposal and it's not been financed, it's for reasons like this. They're only taking the best ones, and the next round that could have been financed are being missed out. Can you come down a few, two more? The rising is just an insidious obstacle stifling development across the nations of the continent. One more slide down. Going. This is the ratings agencies. From agencies, Nigeria is rated B minor, thereabouts. Nigeria ought to be rated higher up. Next. This is the most telling slide. If you didn't get anything out of this presentation, so that mispricing of our risk, for example, 3 trillion more in interest. If it was supposed to be 10%, it's 11%, causing them to pay that. Done the same computation, paying based on our current debt, we're paying 900 more in interest than we ought to pay. What we do for housing terms, in terms translated to our own, it is times higher than our housing budget. It is 4 times in terms of domestic than our budget for housing. And in terms of the number of houses that it could deliver, it is 9 times higher than what the minister is proposing to do. So it's the context that you need to understand. When you hear these numbers, then they're not, there's nothing theoretical about them. It's affecting you. When you walk into you're paying a higher level of interest. Why? Because what should rate basis for determining the realm for other banks is already elevated. You're already high because your sovereign risk is higher and you're paying more. To hold the global community to action. Keep coming down. So this is all that my presentation was really intended. You had everything down to the end, so I can my postscript comment. This, but I don't have time. I have to be mindful of others. Sorry, the blame game. Homeowners are complaining that they would like to have greens, but they would love greenhouses, but would afford or would like to buy. Develop would build houses if only they can find people who can afford. It's too risky to build. Invest in greenhouses is the risks are too high. And for the reason are saying invest in greenhouses. So where's the green finance going to come from? You have to make it happen. Okay? Keep going. Been done where there's a Tanzanian project. There's some Mozambique, African one more. This is my concluding. My recommendations. I think most of it covered in the course of the day. I think this ineffective fishing and think of because there's a big problem. Don't sit and think it doesn't affect you. It affects you. Be up in arms against what is going on. And if on the other hand, we select projects that are green, they're not, and we present to the global community that these are green projects and they're sustainable projects of anything got to be. And so in the very last comment, I'm saying if you do it right, you would develop and help build the economy. We're not doing it right. Let me also end in that note. We're not doing it right. Road. I see nothing about been mapped to SDGs. There's no mapping to the SDGs. A project that is $1 trillion or close to that. There's no mapping to the SDGs. So we missed the opportunity of creating a carbon or market from a project like that. We miss all of the SDG opportunities that it would provide. I'm sorry, when you spend preparing a 100-page presentation, minutes, it really is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Prof.
much. Sorry, thanks, sir. Just ask a few questions. How would you distinguish between green financing and sustainable financing?
Green sustainable thing are almost indistinguishable. For each sustainable must following principles. So it really said that financing is a subset of sustainability. And I'm saying missing great opportunity to create sustainable projects. We're missing opportunities and we ought to do better.
Question I have, locally, domestically, the federal government on the public sector side have raised 3 bonds. The first one in 2017, around 10.9. The second one was in 2019, billion. And then recently in 2025, yes, in June, they raised 50 billion. So now, do you think, and they were all successful bonds, think the leaders do more, and how about doing that?
Thank you. That's a the market for green bonds, which Nigeria is a good player and was the first one to do first excellent opportunity to create bond to housing. First of all, we have a opportunity here. I'll have a chance to speak with the minister from the green housing opportunities, where we use the green bond as assets for raising the funds for that market. Yeah.
Final question I have for you, so we can let the other people
2 questions
speak.
is okay. I think 2 questions.
Okay. No, one more, please. The next question is, I think globally, one of the challenges we have is SDG applied to project. International feels that in Nigeria or in other African countries, governance seems to be a major issue. Do you think that affects with higher interest rates or even higher considerations when it comes to assessing us for green financing?
That's a double-edged sword. The conduct, the G is stated in a view. We are not making our own narrative clear enough. We have some of the best governance structures. We're not making them work. I governance in this nation. So when I speak about governance, I'm speaking from first-hand experience. Excellent governance structures, we just don't implement the and so they're looking at it from the implementation point of view and saying you're falling short from implementation, and so we'll price your risk. But I think it's not enough ground when you look at from a sovereign point of view to price our risk and rate 4 notches. So instead of us being double B, we're B minus. Below translates to 100 basis percent. I give it. Let me before the 21 billion is actually about cost us in excess interest 300 billion naira, which is almost $200 million US. in the interest being that I'm saying the additional excess interest rate because of the mispricing of our risk. So it's something which we can't sit and fold our hands confront, and we must confront. Africa is up to it. We should do the same.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have to be mindful of time because in this section we are merging two sessions together. We are merging. The first one is a presentation from the Land Reform Committee and discussions of the last year, the World Bank collaborated with the federal government and the National Land Reform Commission was so we have done forum. We only have messages from some states. We have the representative of Cross River State here. She is going to tell us what Cross River State has been able to do on land reform so far into green building so that we can have a robust. Madam, you are welcome. I think you can give us your presentation on what Cross River State has done so far on land reform.
Thank you. I bring you all greetings from our governor, His Excellency, Apostle Senator Prince Basi Edetutu, who has as his mantra, the people first. And so we call him the people first governor. And so when he assumed duty, we have all known the teething problem of land. It's as old as man, if not even older, before it came because of the fact has these feelings for the people. He took to rest and to reform in our land sector. What did he do? He looked distinction. It was difficult to get certificacy, sometimes even for as long as a after application. And took step immediately to reform the land administration by creating a digitalized land administration. And speak day, we all know that land reform itself, as it was presented yesterday, quite extensive time and so what did he engage the services of a technological company known as Nugi Technology, the land ministries, agencies, and departments. We work together with this company as we speak. Administration has been digitalized from the application point to the issuance of certificate of occupancy. This was launched sometimes in April, and as I speak to you, we wrote 263 of occupancies ready for collection. How did we do this? With technology, where fast the activities, all departments and agencies from of lands to this general to an agency that also very technical. We call it the Cross River Geographic Information Agency, which has the Cross River Geographic information itself. Work with this, we have been able to most of the challenges about payment, about verification of landed property, all this. And so he did it. He was very intentional, very expertise, engaging of this, things, digitalization, looked at streamlining the and so with this, he's been able to reorganize the different anything to it land, help technology. We use the geodidactic network with standard dictum and to have data information in all land in Cross River State. To stress that the digitalization process is certificate occupancy for property today takes 21 days in Cross River State, while for the private company it takes about 42 days. We have information, this, but we have gone a step forward. Cross River State did not just streamline the laws. We also step to look at the community framework. And at this again, the laws were, the reorganization for Cross River State. Because of this community framework involve women, title to land. Women today can own land in because of this community framework. No, not just look at this. He has what we the land data, land data. What is it called today? Like, let me explain. Later, I'll get to the word. We have done a land data collection such that we now know which state. So for investors to come in, we do not, need to just allow you go to anywhere to farm whatever. Be analyzed, and we know where you can grow what. I think this is in the whole country. Being an agrarian state, we value agriculture so much, and so our arable land have been analyzed, so we know in line with this, the governor has state government, represented by the governor, if I of school, has 12 hectares of land for agricultural development today. And the NAMEL, that's Nigeria Agricultural Mechanized, we are working with them to develop this land. We have an OU, and so Cross River State has actually, sorry.
Can you round up, please?
Okay, Cross River State, like I have said, have gone forward to reform its land use in the state, and we have gone on the problem of certificate of invite us to come to Calabar, get a land, apply, and you have your certificate. Thank you. Thank you
very much. Dr. Beatrice Ige, I thank you very much for that presentation. At a time, I was thinking that you have started campaigning again for the honorable. I thank you very much for what you have been able to present. While you were presenting, you mentioned that in the last 2 years, about 283 certificate of occupancies waiting for collection. This morning or in the morning session, Mr. Goye mentioned that without titling, we cannot commoditize property. Are you not thinking to see of whose money is small compared to what we need to achieve affordable housing in your state? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. When I presented, I had said that 263 C of O's, which a lot has actually been collected. Again, these C of O's, they are not for people who want to, develop estate. We're talking of individuals who have property, who want to, use this C of O to obtain loans. And so for us, it's a good start. We have, Cross River State has one of the largest landmarks, so we don't have issue with land. Land is enough. What we want the people to do is to come and develop. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I want to move on to Dr. Mary Dazat, the green architect, Mary Dazat. Thank you for that correction. The green architect, sustainability and I will, because of lack of time, I won't want you to present. So I will just ask you this. Professor Charles Nyangate made a beautiful and lengthy contribution. In fact, it was enough to be a PhD thesis, and I gained a lot from it. My question to you: is it possible to achieve affordable housing and green building? Is it possible?
Yes, if done right. And by right at conceptual stage, when you want to start the design processes, you need to come up with your architect and design team and then strategize those greenness. What green features are you going to apply into your design? Because a lot of what we see is that the sustainability is kept to the end of the design, or sometimes the construction stage, and then you come up with retrofits which are costlier. Whereas, especially regarding affordable housing, if you prioritize passive design strategies, appropriation of your windows, orientation, and so many other things, you are able to achieve a certain level of greenness at the cost. These are things you're going to build a house with window anyway. So why don't you size your window properly? Why don't you specify a window that will come up higher? In affordable housing, most people have that misconception that it's expensive. That's because they keep it as an afterthought. But when you, at the point of conception of your design, incorporate those green strategies, in the long run, you see that it's way cheaper than. Thank you.
Chief Executive Officer of Lesson. Now. Oh, okay. You are in. That question. Okay. Moderator too. I didn't know you are a moderator. I'm sorry. So I'm a moderator. So that's okay. But because you are in a capital market section, I want you all to, I don't know anything except to, I don't know anything, but here Professor Charles in Yangete talking about mispricing. Can you tell us more about this carbon credit mispricing? Oh, okay, Prof. Then because why are we selling? What are we buying? Why?
Okay.
Who is mispricing?
Okay, let me just because I have such little time. When we go out to borrow, the people who are lending us money, the credit rating is saying as a nation. So from a sovereign, if they say that our credit rating is lower, it high interest rate than Nigeria has a BB and B minus rating. It has B rating. It be double B. If it's double B based on the analysis of the fundamental, mean that pay a whole percent less. That percent less is a saving. So I should have used the word saving. So make the figures that I gave. If we look at what we're paying in interest, is a 900 million US dollars for food. So when we go out this time to borrow this 21 approved already, the saving that will be made if our rating would be 300 billion naira equivalent, or 195 million US dollars. That is bigger than our budget for house and important. On the carbon, on the carbon credit, there is a carbon credit initiative that is an African, and former Vice President Oshibanjo was the chair of that initiative. Development, but we've done very little about it. But I think now the government importance of it. The Calabar Highway is a fantastic opportunity. Kind of it. You can see as we develop this, here are the impact on the sustainable development. First your sustainability, and you can say also in terms of the what we think we can make in terms of savings, in terms of carbon, and so we can develop credit. Better way credit. We have assets that are on the ground. States like Enugu, where you're not mining the coal. You can use one of the mechanisms Kyoto call that is called is a forbearance structure. You're saying I will not my coal for that credit for not give me carbon. I'm choosing to protect by not doing my coal, but we're not doing these things. We're too quick to go out and borrow, and we're not doing the thing that we can do to improve the situation.
I think I'm okay. I'm okay with that, Prof. Got exactly what I wanted to get. But before I move on to the next participant of this session, the next panelist, let me that will be the last one. In yesterday's presentation, one of the presenters mentioned that the Paris Agreement, 60 countries subscribed to it and signed it off. But unfortunately, only 9 countries started implementation. I'm not sure any African can come up. And the reason being that our Muhammadu Buhari mentioned something to my delight that global warming, climate change control is not our priority in Nigeria. Now, why is it so difficult, Prof, for the 64 countries that signed off the agreement? Why is it so difficult for them to this agreement? Thank you, sir.
Okay, let me actually just, I think there's some lack actual information in that. Signet the Paris Agreement, and Nigeria has successively provided information on what is called the nationally determined country. And if you notice on some of the slides that I went, we've actually computed what it would cost Nigeria to those requirements. So we've done that. If you follow nature-based solutions, which is what favors us, it would cost us about a third. We combine nature and technology-based solutions. It would help. So I way. We have some of the most able in the world from this nation, but often we marginalize them and we don't bring them when to decisions like this. For example, our NDC computation is there. And if we were using projects like the one I cite resources, to meet our NDC commitments, we're not doing that. The world has committed to support us and to support any nation that brings projects. If you don't bring a project, the money. South Africa, for example, on $1 before COP 2028. Why? Simply because it did its homework. And when it went to COP 28, it said, look, this is how we're going to not use our coal resources in firing power. Ask for that. There's $2 billion that. And in the just transition from way of powering emissions economy. For the first time in the world, last year, there was more investment in non-fossil fuel energy production. It's $2 trillion, small year. We're sitting and just letting our leaders and the people who run with it. What was it? In renewable energy, $800 billion more than in fossil fuel for the first time. So we reached that inflection point where you can no longer reverse the process. All of the carbon economy-based products, we're sitting on what is described as there's a terminology that is very, very appropriate. They call not dead assets. There's another terminology that's used and we need to do better. We're sitting on not even underutilized. It's saying the terminology says the asset is obsolete. Yeah. Stranded. Sorry, the word I'm looking for is stranded assets. We're sitting on stranded assets, and when the time comes, you find the whole world has moved away from the car, and you're the one sitting on it. Yeah, it's called stranded assets. That's the word I was looking for.
Very much. We are. Before we do that, let me architect Lady Desert. If you are conversant with Lagos State, that's Obakran. When I was very young, there was a new entrance into youth environment. I noticed that the houses on that street were slanted. You get what I mean?
Yes.
We were slanted in the rectangular
the
plot.
orientation.
And then it made maximum use of that plot impossible. I wasn't why. But one thing that I noticed then was that all the houses were in parallel. It was after that an architect told me that it was intentional. And the intention was to make lighting and ventilation got into the houses easily. People are now building the orientation of the houses, but that's not where I'm going. The question I want to ask now is that, what are the things that you can say the government of today are doing to ensure green building?
So the moment, I'm not sure we have any building. However, there are voluntary green building standards, certification systems like the AIHS, the LEED, and all that. Those green building certifications offer various incentives. So it's for the government of our country now to create incentives to drive mass adoption of these green strategies, right? We can create our own local codes if, for example, pursuing international certification is expensive, and then we're talking about affordability at the same time. So it's for the government to create incentives and drive policies that will enable mass adoption of green building strategies into buildings. And also, in addition to policy, the government also should show examples. Project could be green, right? If we have one or two monumental projects in that are intentionally designed to meet these green strategies, then developers will not shy away from it, right? Even homeowners would also want to look up to this new group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Beatrice Igwe. Yes, I think you have to round up so that I can throw the floor open to the participant. I'm sure they will be interested in asking one or two questions. Still on this land reform, and my question will be, what are the things that you have seen added to what your governor in that state that for key to provide Nigeria? Chief Andrew Neffins of PwC at by not having adequate, that Nigeria is having debt capital in the region of 9 trillion naira. Now, what, in your opinion, do the state should do differently to make sure that we have more than 263 C of certificate of occupancy signed a year? Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say that had entered earlier, we have to be very intentional about the issue of it also actually depends on what you want for your state. I want to suggest that we should take advantage of the digital technology for this to come a lot of processes and delay. We have seen it, and we have seen the improvement. For us, it has given us a more ease of business. It's easier to do business in Cross River today with this. It has helped us in the land management. But like we say, nothing is permanent but change. And so as we go on, we shall improve on what we are doing already. Like I said before, we have an MOU with the agriculture mechanized leasing company. We also have done a data analysis of our soil data analysis. That's the word I was looking for. And so we have some good information. And I advise that we should you depend on the federal government, because in and he has set up a land mission committee, but individually as a state. Let what we do to improve our land management. Thank you.
Chair. Tracy. I want to people raising hands. Let me start from this first. I think this is the last session we are having today. Okay, yes.
Everyone. My name is ESV Eno Obonga. I'm the Managing Director, Cross River State Property Development and Investment, and also the President of the Association of Housing Corporations of Nigeria. We already have heard what the Cross River has done. That is my primary constituency, my presentation. That yesterday, we were told, and rightly too, that the entire new project is based on land. And so, Governor of River State has taken good advantage of it and has keyed in fully into the renewed hope to the extent the different subsectors are being most. There is a Ministry of Lands, separate and distinct of land that he has formed. The Ministry of Lands, the Ministry of Housing, the Cross River State Property Development and Investment Limited, and the African Mission Agency. All areas that have to do with housing are put into one cluster. One after the other. The National Council of Land and Housing is a very key project which is piloted by the Federal Minister of Housing and Urban Development, and they are the originators of what we call the National Land Policy. Now, this National Land Policy, the sweet prince, as we call our governor, has been able to domesticate, as I see you, Madam, my commissioner, has been able to preside the dedication of the state housing policy, which now allocates responsibilities to the ministry as a regulatory and a supervised agency. The national and gives response to all those agencies, including the local governments, because if you look at it now, whatever is done in housing should be sustainable, and at the end of it, there is hardly any state or any local government that now has an area planning authority in that, and most states do not know that there is a national housing. Apart from that, what she was trying to let us know, the Ministry of Lands has created a land bank. In fact, it's going around acquiring land and implementing, so that by the time they created Ministry of Lands, any investor who for housing development will simply have very little. As soon as commissioner for lands, and you say, I want to develop a housing estate in XYZ local government, the state already has a land bank for you to draw from. Because we have rain all year, we have the sun all year round. So we have several agri estates. The largest estate by Commonwealth is in Cross River State, and that is it's a rubber estate. So you have palm estate, and so in that area, the soil mapping has already been done. If you are an agriculturist, you come in, anything you want to do, there's land for.
I think we have hired enough of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will congratulate your state for going so far in land administration and management. Okay.
Thank you so much. There was a time Professor Aluko, the renowned economics, said this is a common sense made difficult by experts. My grandmother will go to the market, he will carry the bread, he will squeeze it to make sure it's soft. He will weigh it like this. What she was doing that time, she will smell it to make sure that it's not stale. She will inspect the body. All she was doing for project evaluation. My mother was doing it even before I was born. You see, all the sustainable development appear very high sounding. They are within our reach. I say at this conference, all the presentation is that, look, if we build responsibly with ban B, if you build your house that the temperature inside is controlled and is low, you don't need AC. So those are the things that we meant. Because somebody was building a school and all rooms, long corridor. And I said, break, let light comes in. No. In our school, we run 24 hours generator. That was when Nigeria was very good. But today, I provided those natural lightning. So we built a sea. So to be sustainability conscious, to be ESG conscious, is to look at what manner of construction sure thermal comfort, day lightning. Those are things. Lastly, information that I got was really short. The way we are building. And the person demonstrated that we use farm work. We use farm work to support our concrete. They were just farm works and props. Producer showed it. We discard all these things. They were wastage. But the wastage, we don't really understand what doing. Until it was demonstrated that to do decking, locally, to do of a 3-bedroom flat and plank, this inch board, he said we cut 40 trees in our forest. Every king of 3-bedroom flat, we one forest. Use 40 trees. After 21 days, we put and burn with firewood. So building a 3-bedroom house, 40 trees in our forest, 200 bamboo. It takes 30 years to grow. It's not that we're back upon in this country. Without the same farm work, we can use plastic, we can use steel, that we can reuse. But someone must be conscious, because we see this practice of plank and bamboo around us. That's what we know. But we don't know the implication in the forest, on deforestation, and the ecosystem and all that. So all these things we are talking is, if all of us can understand it, then we begin to build responsibly. We begin to protect our forest, begin to make good choices. And when we through a site and we see them use wood and bamboo, we know in our mind that 40 trees is of the forest. Take 50 years to replace those trees. So that's all the tree issue we are speaking here. God will help.
Hello, thank you, sir. Oh, I'm Tunde Bale. I like the definition to prove paper. In infrastructure financing, looking at your slide, I could see projected to construct. You did expatiate analysis on construction financing. Please, how do you expatiate more on construction financing?
That's another. I hope we are not going to another another discussion. Okay. I'm sure Prof will do that within 5 minutes. Prof will.
I wasn't intending to speak on construction financing. I was really focusing on if you have green project that is green related to housing, how do you go about raising? So where you can get the funds, likelihood of getting the shown the ways and the enablers of accessing those funds. I didn't have time to present all of them. I've shown also in terms of construction, the new technology-driven construction that you can use, from 3D printing, what Prof described today, having panels and then using have all of those mentioned in the and getting construction done. You know, I'm not an architect or an engineer. I'm a finance guy. We finance bit I know, but my wife is an architect, and so I know a little bit about the construction industry, and I'm a developer, so building houses as well. But let me just give you a bit of an anecdote. The $21 billion that have been larger than our entire asset fund of total value of our assets under management is $15.73 billion. So in one swoop, know exactly what the funds will be used for. I think this is where our fiscal responsibility, even if they say that's what's been done, is failing us. We need to what projects the fund go into, how much of that is green, because sustainability is key. We didn't do that. Our stock exchange today at 84 trillion naira is only $54 billion. In June 2015, our stock exchange 1.1 trillion naira. That was $57 billion. So our stock exchange is smaller today than it was 10 years ago. When you hear the numbers, the economy is a naira. 10 years ago, naira, a million Tanzania to 100,000 naira buys me 150,000. We've been impoverished by our policy. Consumer materials in domestic terms, 4 times for cement, from 2,500 10 years ago to 10,000 plus today. So there's so many of these. Our currency is only worth 9% 10 years ago. Until Mr. Akinlusi's enterprise works from elsewhere and diversify our economy, we are not on the right path. We need to speak up. We are not on the right path. We need to earn more forex rather than borrow more forex. You know, borrowing more forex and adding to our debt stock without having the clear projects to invest them in just for the generation and the jet. Let's speak power.
Sir. Thank you very much. I think we'll close this session now because we have really tried. Before we go, I want to make a closing able to use steel than to use bamboo, which there are little things that we can contribute that will help us control the climate change and the global warming that the whole world is talking about. I wish all of us break because we are continuing tomorrow, and I pray that we all gather here tomorrow morning by the special grace of God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a loud ovation. Also, thank you very much for the photos. In a very long day, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to everyone up to this time. If you all went home, I on the panel on the biggest sacrifice. Really do appreciate you for that. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you very much. We sincerely want to apologize to who from morning dictation, Professor Timothy tomorrow that's in session 9 a.m. Please all be here. Today we started really late because a lot early. Let's try tomorrow. Please be careful with your belongings. We announced this yesterday, and not just, I don't know what some pets among be full of your stuff that you're here with, please. Thank God bless. Tomorrow is day 3 of the International Housing Show, and it promises to be another with holders, panelists, and the stakeholders in the housing sector. Thank you very much. My name is Ben Dodo Oche. It's a privilege to be here, and I'll be here to God now.